Picking up after our pit stop? The Fixed Ops Roundtable is back on the Fast Lane.
Meet the pit crew on our Tech Video MPI panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We thought we'd bring together some industry leaders to talk about technician MPI videos in the shop. We've got with us today from New York State, Tom Drzezinski, who is the Director of Service Operations at the West Her Automotive Group, the largest franchised retailer in New York State. From the Nilo Company in Sacramento, Tully Williams and Larry Sherman are both with us. And completing our West Coast regimen, Mike Weldon, no stranger to the Roundtable and a great friend and anchor of the Roundtable with CPI Executive Coaching. So, gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Dealers are now making their plans for 2026. We've had some conversations recently on some unique things that are happening that focus on helping the technician provide a better quality video. Tom, I want to come to you. West Her, this has been a big initiative for you, and maybe you want to bring us up to speed on some of the things you're doing.
Absolutely, yeah. We've fully banked on video, the video MPI, that whole entire process, starting end of last year, and now continued on through 2025, and definitely keeping that focus into 2026. You know, making sure that the technicians have an understanding of the expectations for the videos. We want to start with the license plate of the vehicle. This way the customer always knows it's their vehicle. We want them to look at certain things. We want to have the tires present on the video. We want to have the brakes. We want to see the undercarriage. You know, we want to see filters. So making sure the technicians have that understanding of what's expected of them when they do the video. And on top of that, making sure that you're watching the videos. That's something that I missed, realized that we missed it. We pushed so hard to make sure the videos were being done and that they were being sent to the customers. I didn't inspect what I expected and found out that we had some techs that were just checking boxes and we were sending out silent videos. But I can't overstate how important that video process is in the evolution of our business. To steal a little bit from this guy, I mean, we talk about two things in these panels religiously. We talk about hours and we talk about retention. The video process is going to get you more hours. The advisors are going to be able to sell better. Customers are going to trust what's being put out in front of them. They can see it with their own eyes. It's way easier to understand. And then talk about retention, right? What keeps the customers coming back? It's the trust. We want to be their guy. We want to be, hey, I got a guy. Whatever it is that you need taken care of in your vehicle. And trust is a big factor. I mean, let's face it, dealers are not always the most convenient. We're not the cheapest. But if our reputation is there, they know that they can trust us every single time. It's gonna pay dividends. I guarantee it.
Tom, approximately how many technicians overall employed at West Her under your direction?
We have over 600.
Wow. And this is now something you're doing in most or all the locations?
All stores. We actually went through, we tested a bunch of different devices. We went with an Apple product. We bought one for every single technician, so they have a login with that application. So they're not using their own personal phone. We don't risk damaging their property, anything along those lines. They're all set up on our network, so we know that they're secure. There's no customer information that's being lost because it's on a technician's phone, and it's worked out really well.
And adoption, and how's it working out so far?
Fantastic. I mean, again, I anticipated slow adoption. This is a new process for a lot of people. So we're really about a full year in, and we're north of 85% for the take rate, and we're north of 85% for the send rate. Now that's the take rate. I think 85 is great because the way that our system works, even if the advisor requests that we don't do a multi-point inspection for whatever reason, it's returning for a special order part, or it still counts as an RO. So that 85% realistically is probably closer to 95%.
Tully, you've been doing this for a little while at Nilo. Bring us up to speed.
Well, Tom's spot on. I think that, we've been doing it at the Nilo company for the last 6 years since I've been there. But I tell you, the adoption was a huge deal, and we decided that we were going to pay our technicians to do that quality inspection and the video. And we decided if you're gonna do both, you would get a half an hour, which is a lot, but we wanted a quality inspection that we can hold them accountable. And here's the deal: if you were not at 90%, you would drop down to 3/10. One store challenged it 3 years ago and never has looked back since. But I think Tom talked about the quality of the video, and that's the struggle that we have, right? And I think that, Tom's come out with this great idea here, is to have a thing for the technicians to look at. We do a lot of tech contests around those videos to challenge those videos to make sure it happens. And those have been very successful, where our top tech got $2,000 for the best quality video that we all voted for. But the goal is to make the excitement around it and show the value to the technician and how better it sells. When you look at our same day selling, we're about 65, almost 70% of all of our red items that we sell. And that's because of great quality technician videos. Now, Tom also put a spot on about how making sure that we do it with every RO. We're 99%, 98%. Why? Technician wants to get paid. It's on every video, on every RO, end of story. As Tom says, you have a special order part or something that came back the same day, we wouldn't do it. But the next thing is the customers actually looking at the video and the quote that we sent. We spend all this money, and are we actually getting view rates? So today, this morning, when I looked at our poll, we are at 90% of every video or quality quote that we're sent, we're getting a view at. And that is the challenge that we have. How do I get that to 95%? Education from our great service advisors is going to help. But the power around the video, I think the adoption was quickly, as Tom said, is that they realize, wow, look what I can do. The next big thing, let's turn the video around and show the face of the technician. And that is going to be the fun part.
Tom, to follow up with you, that view rate is sure is something you're keeping daily tabs on as well at West Her.
It is, and it's fantastic to watch. Not only the videos get viewed, but you can see when they get shared, which is very cool. Customers are sending them to other people and showing them, showing their significant, their friends, hey, look at the way that our dealer takes care of us. Look what they sent. So it's fantastic to watch those things happen.
All right.
Let me just chime in on that. Tom, spot on. Is the one that we share the most is our Porsche stores, because their view rate is like 120%, and that's because they're doing the share rate, and I think that is so cool.
Tully, and I've seen you got some great texts there. We spent some time at one of your Porsche locations. Mike Weldon, you're traveling around the country. You're not limited anymore to just Northern California. What are you seeing in terms of adoption on these tech MPI videos?
We've talked about this quite a bit in our little circles, and the biggest thing that I find in dealerships, they're hoarders. They have all these mechanisms, and they stick them in a box, and they put them over in the corner, and they say, we're doing it. But yet they're not inspecting what they expect and showing them the value. And once they get this aha moment, and they look at, and then you put the numbers in front of them. To everybody's point here is that you increase your return on investment by 60%. Your technicians become bought in. The other part that we're not talking about as much, but you've got to get the advisors to be bought in with it, because it helps them. It simplifies their job. And Tully made a very good point. You've got to compensate those technicians for their time. They're an asset. Make sure that you utilize them, and then your expectations, you can set those expectations. So the stores that I've been in, that we grabbed this little device out of the box and we got it back out into the shop, it's intriguing to see that everybody says, oh, I just got some additional time based on finding needed items that the customer and the shop really wasn't unaware of, because it now forces us to look at that car a little bit differently. And they said, see, that toy is worth using, and the return is great.
Larry, Tully tells me that in 2026, he's making a pledge to sell more parts. And I think this is part of Tully's strategy at the Nilo company. What are you seeing there, Larry?
Yeah, well, absolutely. And, we all know parts sells hours, and parts is the backbone of fixed operations. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. But, like what Mike said, you talk about all these tools being in a cardboard box in in the corner of the office and this and that. Well, Tully has done a phenomenal job. Oh my God, his head. Can you put the screen on like wide angle or something? Because his head's going to get bigger. Okay. But Tully does such a phenomenal job about communicating that with everybody. Our Tully television every day, we see all of the numbers. Everything is posted. There's no secrets. Okay. He does a really good job about communicating. He does a phenomenal job about putting together the contests and make things fun and challenging. And from the beginning, seeing the evolution of all of these things has just been phenomenal. And you talk about it, really it boils down to doing the basics brilliantly, right? It's all of these things. None of these things are hard to do. They're all very simple. They're all very basic. But when you do the basics brilliantly, you have tremendous amount of successes, which is what we've had at the Nilo organization.
Larry, to follow up, when you mentioned Tully Television, are those the big screen TVs that we see all throughout the shops, throughout offices, in all the locations where you're following the green, yellow, and red on each of the metrics, and you have things like stores being ranked and
Yep.
right behind you? There we go.
Yep, right there. He does a phenomenal job with all of that stuff, and the information, like I said, the information is overwhelming. I think he had a really good teacher when he was at DGDG named Jagdish. Taught him how to use Excel and all of this stuff.
And Tully, I know one of the things that we appreciate about you, you also, you might be a little excitable, but you speak in caps, okay? Cap letters and a lot of exclamation points. But you
Got
do
to.
for us.
You got to get people excited. That's the whole thing, right?
Yeah, Tully's best friend is spell check.
Larry reminds me of that. But one thing back to the pictures and video, I think that one thing we're also learning is that warranty when we're asking for goodwill, when your rep knows that you take pictures and video, they want to look at the pictures and video. So we automatically send those, and goodwill's better. But here's the next step that we're looking at, talking about 2026.
Yeah.
I don't want an extended warranty adjuster ever to come to my stores ever again. They're not, no offense to any of them, they're not the smartest people on the planet. And they don't understand what's happening because we work on this brand as we are factory trained. He is practicing on automobiles. And what we're doing is we are sending our pictures and video to our extended warranty companies to make sure they understand that we are not we are telling them the truth and they can see it and reduce or not even eliminate those visits, which saves a day or two. And we have worked hard, and in the starting next month, zero. If you don't send a picture and video, it is not going to be approved. And I think that's going to help us tremendously. So that's to me the evolution of pictures and video that helps us run our business better every day.
Tom, Tully's right. The pictures and videos, go a longer way, not just the retail customer, but other customers along the way.
100%. And the extended warranties is a great example. That's something I was going to mention as he was talking about that with factory warranties. It's amazing how much quicker you get an approval from an extended warranty company. Again, we talk about trust. That's the answer. They're an insurance company. So by nature, they have to be kind of distrustful. This overcomes that instantly, and it's amazing. It's one of those things where, again, the need for video in every single area. We talk about hours and we talk about those sort of things. The reality is in a lot of places, we've got a lot of stores where I couldn't put another technician if we had one. So the only thing that I can do is to work to make our people more efficient and to be able to give them time back. The time they put into the videos is time well spent because it means we get more approvals, we get them faster, and they're able to continue to keep working. That's the only way we all make money is if the technicians are in their bay turning hours.
Tom, you mentioned technicians in their bay. Recently, as part of this initiative, you shared with us that you've actually created a magnet with a checklist for the techs and things that you expect them to do on these videos. Speak to us about that. Why did you create that? Why is that important? And how's that working out?
So we have a wonderful training team. I give all the credit to our training staff that goes as we installed this process in all of the stores. I had individual people that would go to the stores. We'd have a couple of technicians. I have an advisor trainer that would go, and I have another director that would go and make sure that he helped to install everybody's logins, make sure that they worked, make sure they knew how to use the devices. And it was one of the things that they noticed early was there was not a reference. There was not the ability for somebody to go, hey, I don't remember. Did we want to do this? For them to go back and check. Not only that, but new technicians coming in weren't necessarily getting that same training that the technicians that were there when we installed the process got. So in order to do that, our team built this magnet, which I don't have with me, but I mean it's a decent size. I mean it's probably that big, that wide, sticks right to the 2-post lifts or to their toolbox that they can always go back and reference exactly the things that we want to see in the video. How to send it, what criteria we want, the process. We want you to start with the license plate, and it's got all of those different steps on there, so they can always go back and refer to it.
Mike, as you travel, is this like one of the recommendations that you typically make, or things that you look for when you're in store?
It's one of the first things I look at. In my entire career, I've always, credibility, it comes hard, especially in this industry. And I take it very personally, and to be as transparent as we possibly can with the consumer builds trust. And if you look at, we're trying to grow our retention. And the only way that we're going to do that is to gain trust from the consumer. I'll give a good example. I'm a consumer. So we had to take my wife's car in about a week ago. And it's set up so she gets all the texts. So she got a text that says, we have your vehicle. We'll let you know when we have it inspected.
Yeah.
And we'll be back shortly. Next, she got another text. We've inspected your vehicle. These are the items that we found. And she's never seen anything like this. And it was amazing that she says, what does this mean? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that makes sense. Boy, I feel good about this. I'm sure glad they caught it. And I looked at her and I says, this is what we're trying to convey to our staff and to our customers, the importance of this. And if we can all embrace this process, it's state of the art, and it's next generation. And I think it's probably even going to take it further, where we'll add audio to it and, things of that nature where they can hear their engine or they can see a test being performed on their car. I just think that this is growing, and it's not really that much different than the medical industry that, they show you your x-rays or you show you pictures and they do all that kind of stuff. And you feel a lot better about the doctor you're dealing with. But I think this is just a great direction we're finally going.
Tully, as a follow-up to you, you mentioned the tech turning the video around. So at the very outset, having their face on there so the customer can see it. How's that working out? And I see you've also expanded this into the shop with service advisors doing updates on videos from their desk and in the shop as well. How's that going?
So the tech video with showing their face is going slowly, as we all know in the business. But there's some of them that love to do it, and we're not talking about having their face the entire video. We just want them to show their face, and here we want to sell them as a great technician. So we're struggling because they're extremely scared. I mean, getting them to even talk on a video was difficult when we go through the training process. But the next piece is that let's show off our technicians. Hello, my name is, and then turn it around and then show it back to the car because the car is the star. But that's great. But the next step is the evolution in video is going to be the service advisors. The problem we're having with that is that all these programs out there do not include service writer videos. So the issue for us to keep that in connection, we use X time, as everybody knows, that it needs to be part of the process that we do, and it needs to be tracked. They're not interested in putting that into that process at this time, but for us to do it, I have to have a measurement. We do have certain service advisors that do go out there and shoot videos, and they send it as a tech video because that's the way it's processed. And we have gotten great results from that. I think people would love a video saying your car is done, or, hey, with the technicians working on your car today, you're showing the technician on those. as Ted, we did some of those test videos, rock solid. And I think we get better quality videos from our advisors and technicians as we see those shots. But ultimately, what business are we in? Repeat and referral business. And as we are chasing 70+% on retention, this is how we're going to get it.
Larry,
Very
you've
good
also
point,
had
Bill.
an initiative to bring parts into the shop at Nilo. I've seen some dramatic things that you've incorporated with Tully there in the shop. If you want to speak to that, because I think that's important on saving the steps and, again, the culture in the shop between parts and service.
Oh, absolutely. You know, when you break down that wall, which is called the back counter, when you eliminate that wall that really kind of separates everything, right? So now all of a sudden we're all sharing the same bedroom, like when we're little kids, right? And so everybody can bicker and this and that, but when you actually include the parts team in with the techs, right? They're in the shop meetings. They're all hanging out. They're joking. They're hanging out at the lunch truck. They're doing all of this other stuff together, okay? Because the parts department is inside the shop. They're inside the service department, and they're absolutely supporting the techs, selling the hours. You know, the videos are helpful for the parts guys too, right? And you know, it's much more of a brotherhood. It's not parts, it's not service, it's fixed operations for a reason.
Last thing for today, everybody, gentlemen, lightning round to wrap up. 30 seconds or less, starting with Tom, over to Tully, then to Mike and Larry to bring it home. For our audience watching here today, 2026, your plans on these tech videos, recommendations, and suggestions to our audience who are watching today who may not have had as much success or may be having as much or more than you. Tom, first, if you don't mind.
My advice is going to be get on it. If you're not doing it now, if you're just dabbling in it, really take it seriously for 2026. You're going to reap the benefits. Your technicians will, your advisors will, your customers will. It's going to impact every inch of your business. Your parts department, we're going to sell more parts. Tully will sell more parts for Larry. You just got to do it. It's time.
Love it. Tully.
You know, I think that when we look at the, if you're going to get into the business, you need to go all in, just like Tom said. But two is that have a plan. The magnet that Tom came out with was a real winner. As new technicians come in, they're not quite sure. And here's the deal: the piece of paper doesn't always work; it gets lost. Measure what you want to do. Pay your technicians what you're going to what you expect from them. Pay them for those pictures and videos. And then next, make it fun. Have contests. We do contests about every quarter to make it fun, and it's tied to videos. It's tied to parts sales. Everything comes together where the parts wins, service department wins, fixed ops wins. Everybody gets paid.
Mike Weldon.
2026 has got to be a breakout year for the fixed operation side of the business. You know, margins are being squeezed on the variable side. Inventory is tight. We've got to be in that position to keep that business turning and keep earning, bringing people back in. Some very valid points here, Tully. I like the idea about service advisors. I see that's an essential point of this. And I've got an idea, we'll take it off the line, but I've got an idea that where we may be able to make that work a little bit, even though X-Time's not supporting it yet. And Larry, what if we had a TV or a camera in the back, or video in the back in the parts department, where the technician can actually say, this is the item I'm looking at. This is what I'm struggling with. Can you guys help me with this? I think this communication process, and I think that really is the crux of this internally and externally, is so important. And we've got to do it in 2026 because our business is quickly changing.
Well said, Mike Weldon. Thank you. Larry, bring us home.
So I think I go back to one of the things that the colorblind friend of mine, Shon Kingrey, talked about, you know, because he likes that green color, you know. But, you know, one of the things that he talked about was breaking down the silos, right? And we really have done a great job about breaking down the silos. When you break down that back counter, like Tully says, you board up the window and all of that stuff, and you bring the parts into the shop, into the stalls, because, you know, we all know parts sells hours, right? And so here's the deal. When we can support the tech in the stall, working on the car, not having to stand around the back counter, BSing, talking about how the Niners beat the Packers, all of that other fun stuff, you know. Love you, Shon. But anyway, I think what we want to do with all of this stuff, next level. 2026, next level.
Love it. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Larry Sherman and Tully Williams at the Nilo Company in California. Mike Weldon at CPI, Executive Performance Coaching. Thank you. Tom Drzezinski at West Her. Thank you for all you do. Gentlemen, I want to wish you and your families and your respective organizations a very happy Thanksgiving coming up. And thank you for all your invaluable contributions to the industry. We couldn't do any of this without you. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ted.
Everybody, Tom Drzezinski, Tully Williams, Mike Weldon, and Larry Sherman here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
For over a decade, you've known MyKarma as the standard bearer for a revolution in service lane technology, extending from communication to service cart video MPI to MyKarma payments and reporting, transforming the service lane into an intelligent, revenue-maximizing powerhouse. MyKarma's insight and experience, stretching across thousands of dealerships, means that we can bring workflow AI into your dealership in a way that really makes sense, that's useful, and makes a real difference to your bottom line.
Fixed Ops doesn't need another chatbot. It needs AI that closes the loop.
Workflow AI like Service Concierge that not only schedules appointments 24 hours a day, but interprets the sentiment of every call, routes it to the right place and the right people, making sure that customers are served. Workflow AI like Service Pre-Diag that interacts with service customers before they set foot in the dealership, asking questions and gathering intelligence so that techs have a head start on diagnosis. And Workflow AI like our Tech Video Grader that evaluates every tech video, helping techs and dealerships improve their video inspections with objective feedback. AI that makes a difference to your bottom line with 40 minutes saved per repair order, 8 to 10 more repairs per day, 20 to 30% higher additional service sales volume, 5% more after-hours customers.
With MyKarma's Workflow AI, every workflow becomes an opportunity for lift in time saved, dollars gained, and customer trust earned.
Introducing MyKarma Workflow AI. Request a demo today and see it live at NADA 2026.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We are at the CAMS Industry Summit here at Northwood University. And Ted, we have two special guests with us today.
That's right. Here at the CAMS Summit, we have David Reinicke, the president of Automotive Warranty Network, and we have Curtis Gardner, extraordinary technician. Gentlemen, welcome to Northwood, and appreciate you both being here. So, Curtis, let's talk a little bit. Your first time at Northwood. What are your impressions here so far at the summit?
Yeah, it's my first time here, and for technicians, initially, it's not technical things that we're learning or I'm learning about here, but it's how technicians and automotive professionals are learning past the technical aspect. How can me and as a technician and other technicians grow in the industry, continue learning and just listening to some of the other panels and stuff. Is there's so much opportunity outside of the shop for technicians, and it's exciting to hear about those opportunities. And Northwood is leading that charge, not just with the automotive industry, but specifically technicians. So I'm excited to see what they do in the near future.
David, a follow-up question, if I may. There's been a lot of buzz on campus today, and we've listened to a lot of different panels, and you were on several of them today, and we've had a lot of discussions. What was the biggest takeaway that you've had so far?
I just like the fact that the students are engaged in the auto industry and they're wanting to learn about the auto industry. As we all know, there's a shortage of people that want to go into the industry. Dealerships all the time have a shortage of technicians or advisors, and so I think it's really cool that we have younger folks that are wanting to get into the industry. Obviously, there's a ton of opportunities, so I think it's really cool that we're bringing up the next generation of people to work in the industry and work on these vehicles and service the vehicles, because cars aren't going away, so they're just going to get more complicated and more complex. We were just talking about that, so all the steps that are involved with fixing the vehicles and testing the vehicles and doing all that stuff. So it's been great.
Curtis, speaking to that complexity of the vehicles, in many ways you've become the voice of the technician. What are some of the things, for example, on the warranty side, which is a big chunk of what happens on labor and parts? What are some of the things that technicians and dealerships need to be aware of on warranty from your perspective?
The biggest thing that I've been dealing with is documentation, making sure that we're identifying the concern, we're either taking pictures of it, taking a video of it, or relaying to our warranty administrator or the warranty person what's going on with that vehicle, and then that way the brand or the manufacturer can come back and they'll verify our repairs. So documentation, punch times, there's so much more they're adding on to our plates with these warranty concerns, but it's not a bad thing. They want to make sure these cars are being fixed right, and they're being fixed right the first time.
Yeah, that's all the stuff that we have to deal with on the warranty administration side. So all the GFF logs and the time punches and everything that he deals with, we then have to verify all that paperwork and then make sure he's paid properly. So
yeah.
Curtis, a follow-up on this subject. We're seeing a lot of conversations, including here at the CAMS Industry Summit at Northwood, conversations around AI. How do you see that having a place in this process as a technician?
Well, exciting enough, at least in my experience with Audi, we are integrating AI into our diagnosis systems. So when it sees a fault code, it's able to categorize that fault code into certain sections and give us a direction based on the amount of percentages of that repair previously being completed. And it says, hey, let's try this first because this has been completed 63% of the time. And so that gives us a direction there. Something that was implemented this week at my dealership is using AI to create quotes for customers. So we enter our story into the computer, and then you click a little button and it'll simplify it and amplify the description in a way that the customer can read it. So, and I know for warranty, that's coming too.
David, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, this is what Curtis is describing is really amazing. Are there pieces that you see being more influential as AI continues to spread across the industry?
Well, of course, I think AI is going to be huge, and I think new and innovative technologies are huge in general. I'm a big tech person. Of course, the message that we've heard today is that AI needs to be a supplement to the human still. So it's all about the people still. So I think it's going to be a great tool for people to use. But as everybody said today, it's not something that's there to replace anybody. So.
All right. Very exciting. Curtis Gardner, thank you so much for being here. And David Reinicke, Automotive Warranty Network, thank you for being at Northwood this week.
Sarah and I will be right back.
Stop what you're doing, because we're breaking news right out of the gate. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is coming to NADA in Las Vegas, and we're opening a very limited number of media and spotlight opportunities. If you want in, stay right here. Now let's crank it up. January 26th through the 29th, the Fixed Ops Roundtable unleashes our next virtual event, Rock Revolution. 4 electric days, non-stop momentum, and the biggest names in fixed ops take the stage to drop the strategies, breakthroughs, and profit-driving plays that will dominate 2026. This isn't a podcast. This isn't a Zoom. This is a full-throttle, amped-up experience for service, parts, leadership, and every dealership ready to own the year. So plug in, turn the volume to max, and get your team locked in for Rock Revolution January 26th through the 29th. And remember, Vegas is calling. Reach out now for exclusive NADA media opportunities. Take this race to a new level with the SkaiVision panel up next. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Reynolds & Reynolds is a household name in automotive, and today we have an exciting panel that also includes SkaiVision. They're a new camera AI company that really works with turning cameras into mini employees for dealerships. Today we're going to hear some exciting things about the two companies working together, and Ted, we have quite the panel assembled.
We do. We also have, Sarah, the retail perspective. One of the anchors of the roundtable, Ed Roberts, is with us, COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, who is both a longtime Reynolds customer, and working with SkaiVision as well. So, Ed, Greg, and Mark, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Mark, let me come to you first, if you don't mind. Tell us a little bit about the reason for Reynolds and SkaiVision's collaboration overall.
Yeah, I think about a year and a half ago, it was a pretty organic conversation in terms of what we were doing, everything they were doing on the Spark AI side, and it was pretty natural because we had a very powerful and strong commitment to a common goal, which is to speed things up and simplify it for the end customer, just a better overall customer experience. And how could visual AI and breakdown of video game film perhaps enhance some of the strong Reynolds offerings in the market?
And Greg Uland is the Vice President of Marketing for Reynolds & Reynolds. And you have the unique perspective of getting to see a lot of different companies and really
look at all of the pieces in play from the Reynolds perspective. I'm curious to hear, Greg, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, from a Reynolds perspective, I mean, our goal, right, is to help our customers be as successful as possible, whatever that means to them. And typically in the service department, that means helping them find operational efficiencies to increase sold hours and decrease dead bay time, right? So no downtime. And when you look at tech productivity benchmarks over the last decade and a half, and I define tech productivity as the percentage of time the technicians physically in the store that they're working on a car, right? They're turning a wrench. When you look at those benchmarks, they're actually going down, which isn't the right trajectory for success. And there's some valid reasons for why they're going down. I mean, we expect the techs to do a great MPI. We expect them to take pictures. We expect them to take videos. So there's reasons, but we have to find ways to claw back some of that time. And if we can help identify inefficiencies in the process through AI, and specifically camera technology in this case, it can have a big impact on what dealerships are able to produce with little to no strain on the people involved.
Ed Roberts, stranger to the customer experience, as being an advocate for that, and also reducing friction and bottlenecks at the dealership level. Ed, speak to us about your relationship with SkaiVision and why you got involved.
SkaiVision. So I preach a lot. Let me lay the foundation there. I preach a lot to my guys here and out in the industry about understanding and picking up on cues where it ties to emotional intelligence, where you can understand how someone's feeling and all those elements. And SkaiVision just raises that level to a whole nother piece where, it's like walking up to someone. And if you're walking up to someone with a smile on your face, they can't help but smile back. That's just part of it. Well, in that event, that doesn't tell you what that person is feeling. So you have to slow that thing down a bit and either create some conversation or do whatever and read what's not being said at that point. Well, in this case, SkaiVision reads what's not being said all the time. And so that's one element where it really helps. It allows you to identify customer issues before you even realize that it's stewing, and you can go and be as proactive as possible on it. But then also, it allows you to identify it before it's a customer issue. The vehicle hasn't moved, it's done this, it hasn't done that. So there's so many elements that ties into it. And so the emotional intelligence piece is huge, but it ends up just being a small piece because now it helps with production. It helps with the proficiency of each of the bays and each of the technicians, because we're able to make sure it's tied to the right spot, make sure it's moving, make sure that, and if it's not, because we can't touch every vehicle, as everybody knows, we're a large store, you can't touch every vehicle, every customer yourself, but you got one that highlights the ones that may be of level of concern. And when you can get in and touch that as early as possible, an ounce of prevention goes a long ways. And we start preventing issues as they are starting to line up to do that. And then sometimes we just miss it, and we got to identify that the customer is upset, and it gives us a chance to go see them before they come see us. And it's just, it's an enhancement on everything we do from a customer experience standpoint.
Yeah, it's like lifetime exception reporting, right, Ed? So, you always manage the exception. And this gives you that live feed into, where the exceptions are.
Exactly. I preach to my guys all the time, we got to be fire preventers rather than firefighters. And when you got something that's highlighting that something's getting warm, it's a lot easier to prevent the fire when you have something telling you that.
Well, Mark and Greg, Ted and I have heard, there's a lot coming, but there's something very exciting that we get the privilege to share with our audience today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. But we've heard something is due to be released collaboratively soon. Can you share with us a little bit more about what's coming?
Sure. We've been, I think, step one, something that we've been working on is getting everything off on the right foot with the customer. Really, the genesis of this was really through Eric Edwards on the Reynolds team coming to us with some ideas that if the customer takes the time and the effort to schedule a visit with us, the ability to really personalize a prompt greeting, that if we can make it prompt and personalized and individualized, So the digital service greeter will be a collaborative offering in which we take the first camera, typically at the dealership's curb cut, when we first get a view of the vehicle, and on whatever medium that the frontline employees are using in the Reynolds, whether that's the mobile app, or whether it's through Ray, or whether it's through the DMS screen on their desk, or the iPads through the greeting, anywhere the advisor associated with that appointment will be able to see who's about to knock on the door and for what, so they can greet them by name, even if it's on a big screen that welcomes the customer if the dealership chooses to, that's in the lane. So I think that greeting customers by name would be a pleasant surprise when they show up, to know what they're there for, and to understand that we're there very promptly to serve them. So we're excited about digital service greeter big time.
Yeah, what I love about this is it's a great example of how introducing new technology can streamline, existing processes, or even technology that has been used in the past. So in this particular instance, we've for years had an RFID solution, but it was reliant on an RFID tag being affixed usually to the back of the rear view mirror. So then a customer would go buy an RFID scanner, and okay, hey, we know this customer's here because their vehicle's here. But what Mark's team is doing is making that, first of all, quicker. So to your point, Mark, you got a camera outside, you pick up that vehicle faster, sooner. So maybe I'm an advisor and I'm not sitting there at my desk, or I'm on the phone, or I'm back in the shop, and today I get an alert on my phone that says, hey, Ed's coming in, he'll be here in 30 seconds, and I've opened the RO for you. Now I can go, okay, I got to get back up there and see Ed. So instead of pulling in, waiting for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, to him it feels like about a half hour. But he's waiting for 2 minutes. Instead, I'm walking up as he's pulling in. I know he's here. The appointment's already pulled up on my screen. That's really, really powerful, and it's simplified for the dealership to be able to execute on, because the camera technology is really driving it to start that whole process, and to start it automatically, where it doesn't take a person to do anything, right? And it doesn't take even a RFID reader to be set up in the right spot, or for a car to be close enough to it. The camera's going to pick it up. It's going to give you advance notice, and that process is started for you, which is really, really interesting.
Ed, here's an example of something you and I talked about in an earlier segment, about now technology being able to help us build rapport and trust early in the process with the customer.
So a lot of times people are thinking that AI is here to replace people, and we really have to look at it through a different lens and say, how can it enhance what we do? And this is an element of that, and that's what I love. And people love, no matter who you are, you love to hear your name. And when you can come in and say, hello, Mr. Uland, I'm glad you came in today, blah, blah, blah. When you know who that is coming in, it feels more like a neighborhood service center. It feels like you already know. And you may be wondering, well, how does this person know my name? But you have to think in your mind somewhere, they remember me. And those elements change the way you feel about the whole thing. And it's the bookends that you got to get right. It's the initial greeting, whether it's on property, off property, through the internet, whatever, and the exit. And when you get those things right, things can go wrong in the middle, and you got time to correct them. But when you started at the highest level by letting them know that you prepared for them, and you knew they was coming, and you know who they are, and you thanked them right in the beginning, it changes the game.
Greg, I'm curious, how could the data that the dealership cameras capture be used in the future to enhance Reynolds' mission to offer every dealer every possible advantage?
Well, I get really excited about what's possible in this arena. So, Mark, sorry if I say anything that's either not possible, or 10 years down the road or whatever. But I get pretty excited about where we can go with any technology. But definitely, the last 12 months has really proven, at least we've seen at Reynolds, just this lightning speed progression of what's possible. So, you think about some of what could be, and I do firmly believe it's really centered around a unified AI data layer, right? We have Spark AI, and that's our unified AI data layer. And what that does is takes all this disparate information from all these different tools and unifies it so that it's complete and accurate, and there's no duplicates across all the tools that are pulling from it or pushing to it. So that's really the underlying infrastructure that's needed to make these tools powerful. But you layer on top of that real-time visual data, and it can do a lot. Give you an example. And again, Mark, sorry if this is something that is silly or not even going to happen in the next handful of years. But think about I have technician data, right? And I know who's capable of doing what job. And now I have visual data that proves to me I have a specific technician that does a specific job 10% faster than everybody else. He just does. I don't need to know why or how, but I know that when he gets that job, it gets up on the lift and off the lift 10% faster than everybody else. When I know that, and I layer that on top of my shop availability and my appointments coming in the next day, I'm going to start automatically feeding that tech that job when I dispatch the work, right? If I can improve my shop capacity by giving the technician that does the job faster that job every time, I'm going to do that, right? It's about maximizing hours. So, there's obviously a lot of variables in that, which means the visual data needs to be married with the rest of the dealership's data to execute. And that's why the unified AI data layer is so important. But what's possible when you have that, like I said, I get pretty excited about it. I think there's probably a million use cases. Mark, you probably have, a ton more that you've thought through and rolled around in your head, but there's a lot of opportunity.
So I want to touch on that as well. And Mark, we're not going to give you an option on that. That's got to come out.
You're not alone.
We're dancing with that as well because
and working on it.
Yeah, like Greg said, it's not just that this guy can do it 10% faster. He may be working on something, and we know that it's going to take 30% longer for this guy to do it, but he can get to it 40% quicker than this guy. So it's still at the time. So it allows you to dispatch the whole shop differently, knowing those elements, because now we can calculate the approximate time that each job's going to finish, and if it's with the right person, and who's the next best person if the best person is not available. And that's where it really pays off.
Mark, this is incredible to talk about, because we're seeing what Ed and Greg are talking about in other verticals. Immediately my mind kind of goes to sports. They look at every player, they look at all of the reach, all of these different components to make these decisions about their businesses. And this is really taking it to that next level with the customer experience. But I'm also curious because, SkaiVision is working on a lot of different pieces, and there's potential data points that really might help companies like Reynolds use visual AI to better help this customer experience.
Absolutely. A couple things. One, you touched on the sports analogy, and it really is amazing that if you look at like the NFL with their PFF grades that the video analysis assigns to every single part of every play to give a grade, and how big a part in salary negotiations with their agents those PFF grades are at the end of the day to perform true objective performance measurement. In fact, we are working with the team. There's a company that does that part of the visual AI that we're working with on a lot of things right now. So they do the NHL and NFL, but the ability to analyze that stall. And the first thing that we had to do was make sure that we taught the camera to recognize if there's a technician in the stall, a vehicle, both or neither, and at what times of day and what's going on, or two technicians. Right now, an exercise that we're going through with one OEM is looking at the math on two-person express teams, technician-wise, and is the unapplied labor of not bringing the second on, the junior, being offset, which looks like in large facilities that it's becoming more and more internally to us, looking at the data result, a no-brainer. That being able to do a 13-minute job with two is compared to the 23 minutes with one, and what you can do with throughput down the line. I know Ed's got an incredible express shop there that I've witnessed firsthand, and those two-person teams and the way they feed and grow each other has other downstream positive ramifications as well. So but when you talk about the data points, it is, Greg touched on marrying the software clicks and where the transaction, repair, order, vehicle sale, wherever it is, compared to the data of where that vehicle and customer are, and marrying those correctly. I think that they will enhance the vehicle journey a ton, because at the end of the day, if we want to improve the customer experience, transparency is a large component. And if we can give the customer visual snippets of, here's your vehicle going up on the lift, or here it is going through the wash, you're almost out of here. If we're able to enhance the vehicle journey transparency to the customer, then I think that they're going to get a better appreciation of everything that we do compared to the independents. And so our job is to take all the data points, let the camera instantly analyze what's going on, and recognize what's important, and then that's the 4 or 5%, flush out for everyone the 95% noise, get the 5% critical events recognized, and then perform the keystrokes or and send them over via API, or more and more these days. It's the something we're excited about, especially with Reynolds, is that layer that Greg alluded to with Spark. The MCPs now, the model context protocols, they are the APIs of the future, or the present, really, they're becoming. That is the way that data is transferred between two systems. And when you look at Reynolds' RCI approach with their published HTML and their real-time data, I don't think there's a vendor that doesn't need to look at how fast and reliable real-time data, from RO creation to edits to the RO to MPI going out, invoicing, all the touch points being delivered accurately and very quickly, and reliably with little downtime. There's no reason to think that that Reynolds won't continue in the NCP world the same way. And that's huge, we think, because we know that our agentic layer may be the choice of certain, dealerships may want to use Sky or ours, they may want to use Ray, they may want to use any other system, but as long as we can provide the data, and even if we're providing actual keystrokes that fit into that, or messaging, whatever it is that the camera can recognize and send downstream, it's really up to the dealership as to how they want to deliver it through what system. And that ability to universally use the video data is a big part of our thesis.
So Ed, let me come to you to help sum it up. At Bozard Ford Lincoln, you utilize a lot of Reynolds and Reynolds technology. How would you put all this together?
We have to look at AI as differently than what the industry tells us to look at it. The industry tells us to look at it to minimize labor costs, and look at it as an opportunity to enhance our experience and allow it to our people to become more efficient. Because it's not just that guy's 10% faster; he's better at that job. That's why he's faster. And when he does stuff that he's good at, he feels more fulfilled. So there's other elements that comes from these things that helps us immensely. And we have to look at it through a different lens, rather than, okay, can I cut labor costs, to how can we maximize the experience and the fulfillment of our staff members that helps us carry this thing forward. So I challenge the audience, so let's look at AI through a different lens. And that lens is, it already has it in the name, with vision, of SkaiVision.
And Greg, I mentioned to Mark a few days back that when he mentioned the name Digital Service Greeter, I instantly understood that. I understood the concept and how important that will be to all the stakeholders, including the guests.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's exciting. It's an exciting opportunity. I think the implications are really speed and great experience. And to Ed's point that he just made, it's about helping our team, your team at the dealership, be more effective, be more efficient. When I always think about it, I grew up in retail, grew up in a parts store and worked retail from a very young age. And, it's really, really difficult to greet somebody with a smile when you got two phones ringing, one on hold, and you're trying to look up parts in a catalog. So any way that we can help the advisor in this example be more prepared to provide a great experience and greet that person with a smile, the better off we're going to be, right? And the better it is for the advisor, the better it is for the customer, the better it is for the dealership as a whole, and frankly, our industry, right? The better experiences we can create, the better off we're going to be. So I love the opportunities it creates to empower the dealership personnel to create those experiences that everybody wants to. Nobody wants to be grumpy when they greet a customer. So if we can give them tools that allow them to relieve some of that stress and be happy when they go to greet that customer, let's do it.
And Ed, finally, for today, you and your peers right now, in the middle of November, we're in the midst of the fourth quarter, are making plans for next year, for 2026. You're putting projections together. You're making extensive plans for increasing revenue. What should we be considering as dealers, as your fellow dealers, when it comes to things like visual AI and enhancing that customer experience in the coming year?
Well, a lot of what you guys have heard in the audience about this through this whole panel is what this can help us do. And as we forecast what we can do next year, we always try, well, I think I can squeeze a little bit more here. I think I can do this and do that. And what we're trying to do is just do more with the same things. Well, there's tools out there that will really help us drive those things. And not only do we dispatch stuff to the right person, do we greet the customer by name and all of those things, but we can speed up the entire process so that when they do need something, when we do that video MPI, they do need something, there's still time for those things to happen. And then that layers in on the opportunity to be able to go out and reach and exceed those objectives that we set for 2026. But you got to look at tools that helps you get there.
Mark, where's the best place for our audience to learn more about SkaiVision, perhaps get some questions answered and take the next steps?
Sure. Yeah, at SkaiVision.com or send us a message at info@SkaiVision. And we'd love to site walk and look at operations because they're all different. Someone said earlier, I think it was Ed on the call, that it's typically the bookends you got to get right. And when we're looking at game film right now, we see that the opportunities are not when you're greeting the customer, not when you're giving the keys back, not when the technician's going through getting the great MPI information. It's in between when it's sitting somewhere in a dead space on the it's staging or ready to be delivered and not yet delivered. So I think that our big goal with every store is just to let's look at your game film and see how to maximize your best outcomes and produce more, and minimize your unacceptable outcomes, produce fewer for next year.
All right, very good. We'll leave it there. Mark Queen, Greg Uland, Ed Roberts, Sarah and I want to wish you and your families a very happy Thanksgiving next week. On behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you for all you do for the industry. So great.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Always fun.
Everybody, take the next step. Reach out to Mark Queen at SkaiVision, SkaiVision.com. Learn more about AI visual technology and its future. Everybody, here we are, SkaiVision at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
SkaiVision is a smart space application that modernizes employee and customer experience by turning a dealership camera network into a team of assistants. Powered by computer vision AI, the application assists 24/7, requiring no data input nor software tasks. How? Step 1. Plug the Skybox server securely into your camera network and turn on certified integrations with your DMS and other systems. Step 2. Use one entry camera to capture vehicles as they pull into the property or service lane. The first use case is a powerful enhancement to service vehicle acquisition using a simple camera-to-text process as follows. Set your target vehicle filters and choose your custom pricing strategy by model. Sky sends a legally compliant text opt-in to the customer. No human action required. Customers who reply yes receive your pricing range with a query as to whether they would be more likely to trade or sell the vehicle. Your team is alerted only when an on-site hand raiser wants to see options. The app has a customizable AI workflow to assist the conversation until a team member takes over. 100% of your service customers are engaged via the communication method most preferred, text, at the time most preferred, when they are on site. On average, stores realize an over 10% lift in acquisitions with simple insight into each group of customers: engaged, awaiting information, ghosted, and transacted. Step 3. Map your express service flow with camera placements at entry, lane, staging, rack, wash, and delivery. The result is a fast, simple read on your best and worst cycle times, along with what is consistently happening to produce each. The same arrival camera that triggers the acquisition offer for sales also alerts the advisor or the service team, taking the customer experience to a new level, greeting guests by name. An acceptable time to greet can be set, which alerts if a visit is getting off on the wrong foot. Setting target times for each process step enables proactive mobile notifications to the right team members. Time on rack footage is broken down, evaluating stall activity at a glance, with configurable alerts if a tech is waiting too long for a vehicle to service or a vehicle is waiting too long for its tech. Since the system knows if a tech is present, a vehicle, both or neither, actionable adjustments emerge to optimize capacity. Transparent visual reassurance can be communicated to the customer at key points in the repair visit. Your best performances are relayed to the whole community via automatic Google reviews sent only when your team performs at their best to produce a lift in positive views. Step 4. Lean into any efficiency opportunity as they vary based on dealership layout, staffing, and process. Some examples that have produced a positive return on camera placement include ungreeted customers in facility blind spots, EV charging station efficiency, security and safety events, vehicles that remain stationary too long, customers waiting too long for assistance, along with 23 gesture recognitions that can be mapped to keyboard strokes. Because time is money and time drives retention, the SkaiVision app produces a pep-in-the-step focus that promotes a reduction in unacceptable outcomes and lost customers. Once you see the benefits of a proactive smart camera approach, you will never go back to a reactive approach to your camera investment. SkaiVision.
In the passenger seat for every customer interaction is a consistent advisor process. Here to hit the gas is Spiro from BG Products.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. BG Products are with us. Spiro Marianis is with us, great friend of the retail community and the fixed operations community. Spiro, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thanks for having me. It's great to see you again.
Great to see you, my friend. With all the talk in fixed operations this year about technology, it still comes back to the people and the consistency and the transparency and trust that you speak about as dealers prepare now for next year in 2026 and beyond. So I want to talk to you today a little bit, Spiro, about that consistent advisor process and how that impacts customer interaction.
Great. It's vital. I'll tell you, it's in a world where customer interaction is so important anymore. You know, sometimes I think we forget to check our processes and take a look at just, again, the process at hand that we're doing to comfort the customers that come in, and again, how do you break down those barriers to earn trust right off the get-go in that transaction? So I'm glad we're talking about this today.
And you know, a lot has changed in our industry, but there are fundamentals that don't change. You know, trust is the common thread, not just in business, but in life. You don't have anything if you don't have the trust. So talk to us a little bit about the consistency and some of the points that we need to address in that advisor process.
Well, you brought up a good point in the intro about getting prepared for 2026, going into the new year. How do you look at best practices? We've talked about multi-point inspections in the past, as you know, that's near and dear to my heart. But I thought talking about the other side of it is such an important part because and what prompted this is a recent experience one of our guys had going to a local dealer, and again, we're all guilty, whether it's the dealer side, the independent side. This is an industry guilt, if you will. But this particular individual goes in, on our BG team for routine basic service, everything. And, the advisor sitting behind the desk. There's no, hey, welcome, come on in. There's, again, you're setting the tone for this transaction. Long story short, the entire process had been botched right from the word go. We're talking about recommendations that weren't made, recommendations that were made, and then upon our BG partner, one of our guys leaving, this particular dealer, I get a phone call. He says, "Hey man, I'm being quoted for, a front differential service, a power steering service, this, and this." And again, that's fine. That's great that the recommendations are being made. The only problem is this particular vehicle doesn't have a front diff or power steering pump to service. It's an electronic, power steering unit, and there is no front differential in this particular vehicle. It's an all-wheel drive, front transaxle SUV. So this prompted the conversation to come up about, again, trust. How do you, first of all the choices a consumer, say we're going to a place for service, of all the places we choose, why do we go to the places that we go to? And trust and transparency are absolutely everything. This is not just in our industry. This is restaurants. This is a doctor, right? We're selective on who we choose. It's no different than in our industry. So I'm thinking to myself, instead of, again, if the flaws in the process were sealed in and the process had been worked out, that could have turned into a good preventative maintenance opportunity, some repair work. Instead, the trust of this particular individual was brought to a level that they're like, we're not bringing our car back there because I feel like we're being sold something that we don't need, which in this case, they don't even have, right? How do we get to that point, and how do we, again, massage the process to make sure this doesn't happen and the adverse does happen? And that's where I thought, what a great, conversation point.
So many customers, myself included, we go in for service, right? And we rely on the dealer, on the selling dealer, on the dealer that has the factory trained technicians, right? And and they have the training from the manufacturer and the genuine parts. We rely on them, and that's one of the reasons we go back to them. Okay, but also in our modern era, I've noticed that a couple weeks ago, average age of a new vehicle or a customer's vehicle today is what, 12 to 13 years now that's on the road. And a new car, average price now, Spiro, over $50,000 for a new vehicle. So I'm thinking fixed operations and having these points down and having this set and intact is going to be really important in the new year, especially.
It's with anything. Again, I brought this up. What gravitates somebody towards that place of business? If and I want to give the scenario of, say, you bring in a vehicle. Let's just talk about you and I personally. We bring in a vehicle for service, and I've got to walk up to the desk. I have a advisor who's typing away, getting ROs squared away, everything. I don't have their full attention, and then it's you almost feel like you're bothering them, talking to them, getting checked in for your appointment. Or let's take a reverse scenario of that advisor or a greeter of some kind greets me at the vehicle. "Hey, Mr. Morogiannis, welcome to our facility. We're here to get you taken care of. You're here for your appointment today. My name is so-and-so. I'll be taking care of you." Even small little meet and greets, little miniature walkarounds, these little items. And I've got some stuff itemized that I can spell out for the crowd too, just on just very basic key points. But even just that initial interaction is the difference of your walls being up versus your nerves are calm, your walls are down. Again, it sets the tone for the rest of the transaction. And again, this recent experience that was shared with me, and again, my recent service experiences as well, it's, my gosh, what a difference that would have made. We used to call it the high line experience, but anymore it's customer service. We're going to a place to exchange our money for a service provided to our vehicle. We have to incorporate a high customer service approach to it.
How important is that meet and greet for advisors who are in a store every day, 5 days, 6 days a week, but a customer is only in there maybe a couple times, if that, a year? How important is that we acknowledge them and start the process off, even if they're a repeat?
It's absolutely everything. Again, they can go anywhere they want to. Let's just say I'm bringing a Ford F-150 in for service. How many Ford dealers do we have right on this row right here in town? Why do I choose the one that I do? Why? There's so many factors. And I ask our fixed ops directors, our advisors, anyone who may see this, ask yourself why you would take your vehicle to your place of business. And if you can't answer that question quickly and effectively, perhaps there's an opportunity to perfect your process to make that happen. And I really believe it just starts with the fundamentals of customer service. Again, that the difference of having to go to a counter versus being greeted. Even a small, here's another thing to throw out there, a small walk around process. You don't have to spend a ton of time on that car as an advisor, but walk around, check a couple key points, double check a few things. This will set the tone. This plants the seed to let customers know, hey, they're paying attention. They're looking, again, they have their processes in place versus, oh yeah, here for an oil change. Yep. Yeah, good. I'll call you when we're done. There's a big difference between the meet and greet, the walk around, all these little miniature processes that lead to it. I was thinking too, like, if we had a way to map out just a very basic elementary 101 required process, what would that look like? And, Ted, the proper meet and greet, right? Which doesn't have to be anything fancy. It has to be a simple, hey, Ted, great to see you, sir. Come on in. We're going to get you taken care of for your appointment. It's great to see you again. How's everything? Again, small conversations, small bits to show that you care and you're not just going in for the sale. Yeah. Again, a small walk around, let them know that you're paying attention, and we are going to, and let your customers know, hey, part of the service, as you're familiar with, we're going to do a quality inspection. If anything comes up, I'm going to be the first to talk to you about it to give you some options on how to proceed. So now what you've done is a warm introduction. You've set the tone, you've set the example, and you've also set the expectations. That's a huge step that I see missed in so many places. Again, it doesn't matter how busy your store is, you have to make time for these small human-to-human contacts because it sets the tone for the entire transaction. Also, how many people, again, that do an outside process, a meet and greet, walk their customers in? I went to a place, this is probably about a year back. Again, I'll never mention names because this is an opportunity for all of us to benefit our processes. But they came out, they did a meet and greet, they walked around, and then, we got the armpit tour. Hey, yeah, the waiting room's over there, right? Oh my gosh, like you did so good on those first two steps, and now you're shooing me away. Guide me in, walk me in as a customer. Those little interactions do make a difference in the transaction. Yeah. So proper meet and greet, walk around, guiding the customer inside, and then, of course, this is a big part of it, especially from the BG side, but menu of services.
Yes.
Great, we're here to change your oil, Mr. Customer. Which oil are we changing today? Here are some different service packages that we have based on what's important to you and your needs and the longevity of your vehicle. How many advisors are doing a basic menu presentation? Mr. Customer, here are 3 options. Which ones would you like to choose from? You'd be amazed how many people pick something above basic because they don't want a basic service. They want a valuable service. That's right. For that car that's going to be 13 years old average as a national age down the road. You know what I'm saying? So again, presenting menus, I challenge all of our directors and all of our managers that are on here. Are you having, again, doesn't have to be a BG menu. It could be your independent dealer menu. Are you presenting to every customer services? Which service would you like?
No, but your smart VMA is best in class in the industry. And once used, the odds of recommending something that is not on that customer's vehicle go down to slim to none. Okay. So you're not going to be making that mistake if you're using the smart VMA tool. And I can't help but notice, and you haven't mentioned it yet, but I know it's coming up, is that multi-point inspection.
Yep.
And Spiro, you have become, if I may say, the face of the MPI now in the industry, especially at BG Products, with the trainings that I see that you're doing as well.
It's everything. And thank you. That was literally the next point too. It's how do we translate that initial?
I know it's coming.
Yes, 100%. The MPI, as everyone on here knows, how important that is to everything. So think of this just as a quick recap. We are the last person in our dealerships, in our shops, to put our hands on that customer's vehicle. That's how we have to approach the MPI, right? If there is something that's seen on there, it is my obligation and duty to make sure that customer knows what's going on and give them what they need to make an informed decision. That's the best thing. You're protecting the shop's liability. You're protecting your technicians, your advisors, but you're also creating a sales opportunity and a sales culture through presentation of MPI. So tying it back in, you think about a proper meet and greet, a proper walk around, bringing a customer in. Now you have a proper quarter time multi-point inspection result. again, you told your customer we're going to do this. We're, Mr. Customer, I will let you know if your car needs anything. We're going to sit down and talk about maintenance, repair, immediate, and things that are coming down the road. This is your opportunity because that trust has been built up front through customer service, and now they know to expect you when the multi-point inspection arrives. And that's, again, that is so vital. So my challenge to everybody, and I know everyone on here does a multi-point inspection of some kind. Review your process, review it to make sure you're hitting quarter time, tie it into a proper advisor process, because this consistent process is not only going to yield more sales opportunities, but better maintained customers, happier customers, which in tick also jacks up the CSI, and that is everything in our industry. CSI in the dealer side, but also retention for the OEMs and dealers. Retention's huge.
Spiro, you're talking about, you mentioned it earlier, the phrase a highline experience. You're giving that to every customer that comes in. How does that feed into retention, which is that's such an important word for the dealership, and loyalty?
It's amazing. We call it the highline experience, even though it should be the norm for our industry. I'm a firm believer of that. I always ask very, very simple, common questions. Ted, what's a restaurant that you love going to, or what's a place that you absolutely love taking the family? It doesn't have to be a restaurant, but and the common answers are, the customer service is excellent, the food's consistent, the service they give has always been top notch. It is no different than our dealership experience to our customers. That's the whole idea. So it's not that you're stepping out of your way to create a highline experience. That should be the industry norm in an industry that customer service experience is everything. Again, they can go to any dealer, any place. Why are they choosing you? Make sure that why is ironclad and buttoned down.
Makes a whole lot of sense. There are, and if I can ask you about it,
Yes,
how
sir.
does all this play into some of the tools? I mentioned technology earlier. You're now having technicians sending customers recommendations based on what they're finding in the shop. I think that what you're describing, the proper meet and greet, the walk around early in the process, guiding the customer, going over the vehicle and the menu of services, I think that's the perfect setup for dealerships that are doing things like that later in the process as well.
Yep. Yes, sir. And technology has just made that easier for us. There's, everyone's got one of these, anymore. And it's amazing that if it can be fast tracked, that I get a text message or an email, however the personal notification comes up, where I can sit there and review my inspection. Again, as a former advisor, former service manager, I wish I had that technology years ago to be able to go. We used to go in with greasy fingerprints on the MPI sheet, but that still sold. That still delivered the message.
Sure.
Now I can say, hey, we've got this digitally sent over. Feel free to review. So let's just say it's an example of a waiting customer. I'd like to know when that inspection's been sent. Give them a minute or two to make sure they've opened it. You can see when they've opened it, and then I'll walk up and say, hey, you know what? I just want to make sure I saw that you guys received the inspection from the technician. Let me sit down and let me go over everything with you. Right. Again, you're introducing the human element back into that. All they did was just expedite it through technology, and again, that's a gift. If there's dealers on here that are not using some of the digital tools, I highly encourage that they take a look at tools that are out there, but also this can still be done the old-fashioned way with a paper inspection. They're still, actually my very last service I had at a dealer was still a paper inspection. And I was like, hey, I cut my teeth on these things. So,
Spiro, last time we got together, you brought up a really great point which stood out. You talked about severe service intervals and what is how we defined, or how we could or should define severe. Talk to us a little bit about that, because I think that's part of the human experience, talking to the advisor as well and learning about the customer's needs and how they use that vehicle.
So managers, FODs, everyone on here, it's so important that, again, knowing the verbiage of your OEM first and foremost is very important, but also relaying the message to your advisors. And again, you can call on us at BG to help you with that too. That's part of what we do outside of just products and equipment, is teaching advisors these best practices. But through the severe service, the biggest thing we have to look at, and every manufacturer has their bullet points of what they consider severe versus normal service, and the majority of them align. That's the best part. I was reading some owner's manuals. I'm that guy that reads owner's manuals, but you find every bit of information you need. And they talk about, for example, short trips of 4 miles or less, or operating a vehicle in less than 50 degree or less than 32 degree temperatures, or operating in high heat or humidity or dusty conditions. conditions. Just this morning, from my hotel room to BG, I just checked off, 3 or 4 of those, right? So right off the bat, I'm technically a severe service driver. And it's different because severe service is also different from special operations. That's a whole nother category. Some OEMs call it extreme service, some call it special operations. But what this means is the normal schedule, the normal, perfect 70-degree day, no humidity, no this, those are test conditions. Very, very few places in our country have what they call that perfect scenario where it's a 95% or more commuting during perfect weather and no dusty conditions. These are almost non-existent conditions. So right off the bat, I steer people right to the severe schedule because it's a truthful maintenance schedule for best maintenance of a vehicle. And again, in your owner's manuals, on your online resources, every OEM has that published. And it's knowing that, understanding that, but also relaying it to the customer to set their expectations. Again, they don't want to feel like they're being taken advantage of. I want to make sure we're delivering proper maintenance to their vehicle. That's a vital step in success.
I want to ask you a little bit about the so-called competition, the independents that are out there. I know historically it's not the other, if we're using Ford as an example, Ford dealer, but it's the other 30 or 40 independents that I have to pass on the way to my dealer that
Yes.
are the competition. And tell us a little bit about that, why the dealer stands out, why the relationship with BG stands out, and some of the benefits of having done the things that you talked about to keep the customer retained at the dealer.
So happy you asked this. So the question I have to ask back to our audience and our everyone what's watching is, what is your post warranty retention strategy? There are a number of publications out there year after year. The data varies slightly, but year after year they publish what they call deflection rate. How many people are leaving at certain points in times from the dealership and going to the independent for service, whether it's the perception of price, value, customer service, whatever it may be. So really, really focusing in on your post-warranty retention strategy. That's something that BG prides themselves on for our dealerships. What happens at, 60,001 miles at a Ford store? What happens at, 50,001 miles at an Audi Volkswagen store when that final phase of warranty is up? The customers now can go wherever and do whatever they choose. Again, why are they coming to see you? That's where it's important to establish the customer service best routine, the trust, the transparency, because again, at that point in time, they're not bound by warranty. They're not bound by certain recommendations of the OEM or certain requirements of the OEM, They can go anywhere they want to. And this is where it's so important, because now when these vehicles are out of warranty, this is where your customer pay bulk is created outside of service maintenance. Again, your BG services, et cetera, tires, brakes, things like that. That's where the majority of your customer pay is going to come from, is your post-warranty retention strategy. So again, this is where we can help, my team and what we train on. I don't train a bunch of can salesmen to go out there and sell a can of 44K. We are there to train our reps that go out to be the best advocate to the dealers and to all of our shops on how to retain that customer, how they come back, how to reward the customer with retention, and also a good ownership experience. Because if they have a great ownership experience of that car's been good to them, they've serviced it, guess what? They're going to repeat the cycle again. And that's my goal as a trainer, is to bring that customer back for every situation.
And if I can give a shout out to maybe what is the best retention tool of all, Bob Tasca talks about it all the time. It's that protection plan with the BG name on it. So if I'm having my maintenance done at my dealer, all right, and coming back consistently to do that, talk to us about that, because Bob is, I know he has got that emblazoned into his employees at the many, many Tasca dealerships around the country. And it is a great benefit that the customers can take advantage of.
And thank you so much again for just the opportunity to talk about that. It is such a world-class retention tool, and I'm not trying to be cliche by saying this. I've experienced it as a end recipient user of protection plan, but also in a nutshell, just to spell, again, to really simplify it. As long as there is appropriate documentation, we are showing parts, we are showing labor, and the vehicle, the services are done in the published intervals. We reward the customers for good maintenance habits with what we call our BG protection plan. And it's an incredible deal, because let's say, again, there's going to be your included and your excluded items, just like any kind of component coverage. But we want to make sure that the customer has the peace of mind and also the thank you, the reward for doing that maintenance service on their cars. We're betting that if they follow our schedule, we're not going to have a failure, which means they are a happy owner of a long-term use vehicle. But if something does happen, they're not on the hook for those repairs. So protection plan's phenomenal. Very, very quick reference on this. If the vehicle is 75,000 miles or under, or 20 years old and newer, you're automatically going to receive protection plan. There's no enrollment, there's no nothing when it's paired to a BG product or service that's eligible. So even like an MOA built into an oil change, that's an automatic minimum $2,000 coverage. So and we see so many of our dealers building MOA into there because of the benefit and also the retention. Hey, come back and see us. Keep doing this. We're going to reward you with the peace of mind, and not to mention your vehicle's going to run better. It's a win. Lifetime protection, we call it LPP in-house, has been the most game-changing, tangible benefit to our end users and customers, but also to bring service customers back to our stores.
All right. So for 2026, for folks watching today, dealers and managers, to build into our plan, lifetime protection plan, having that available because that's real, it's substantial, it's part of the service, not something that's not needed on that particular vehicle. Also, the smart VMA that BG offers as well. The great family of products that you've got available as well. Also, BG in the last couple of years has really stepped up. You're helping dealers with things like the hyper intelligence. I know that's it's been kind of under the radar for a while, but there are dealers taking advantage of that. You're helping dealers in looking at their profitability, at their labor and parts rates, and helping them structure that professionally, whereas an average service manager is not going to have the time, but you've got the experience and the trainings that BG offers to your team, to the service advisor, those MPI trainings, Spiro, that you do consistently. That's all part of, that needs to be part of my 2026 plan.
100%. And please, when we say your partner beyond products, that is, we have adopted that as a philosophy, as a way of life. I don't know how we do things at BG. This is everything that Ted had just mentioned is included in the partnerships with BG. Again, everyone has a different level and depth or idea of what a partnership looks like, especially as a service provider. But these are all tools that are available right now, right here, especially if you're an existing BG customer or looking to come on board. These are the conversations I just tell shops. The people that you're talking to, let's say you're not currently with BG, you're with another provider, which again, that to me is a great thing because you believe in maintenance programs, right? You want to ask and find out what all is included on these things. You were talking about hyper BI reporting, Ted. That has been such a life-changing thing for so many people, for so many dealers, for, again, our profitability through parts and service. Warranty analysis. A lot of people don't realize we can do warranty analysis to help get that warranty rate up, to make sure that's being captured properly. These are all tools available to our partners that do business with BG. Again, your partner beyond products. We live by that.
So if I do business with BG, that's one of the things that's made available to me as a retail dealer.
Yes, 100%. And we have an entire support team outside of our sales reps that are ready to go, that can get on the phone and be able to help out guys. We have modules that are pre-done. It's worth looking at. If you've been thinking about reporting, it's worth a conversation with your BG rep and your distributor to at least take a look at some of these programs that we offer. They are complete game changers for our industry.
There's a lot to BG, everybody. Spiro Morogiannis, training program manager and BG University instructor with us here today. Spiro, if our audience wants to learn more about BG, I know they can go to the website, bgprod.com. What else can they reach out to you? I see a phone number on the screen, and I know they've likely got a distributor not too far away from where they are.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're over 60 domestic distributors just in the United States. We actually just met all in the last couple of weeks with everybody, and it's amazing to see the investment that our distributors are making in hiring and bringing on additional help, additional reps, because not only we're so thankful to say we're growing, but we want to best support our accounts. But also, again, everyone on here too, my job is not to sell BG. My job is to help connect the dots to your maintenance programs. what makes sense, what's most valuable to your stores. And that's why I like to put my number on the screen. Anyone is welcome to reach out. And again, ask questions. It doesn't, no strings attached, no nothing. If you have questions, inquiries, why we're different, how we do things, at that point in time, if it sounds like a good fit or more inquiry needs to happen, I personally connect that relationship to our distributors and reps and let them take it from there. And again, I'm here to support however we can. You can call me personally on my cell phone. Same thing with my email, spiro@bgprod.com. Again, I'm here to serve our people, everyone, here to answer questions. And again, however we can help your business, that is my happy purpose in this company to do that, because it's a resource for you folks.
And finally, dealers and folks watching, if you're making plans to go to NADA in early February in Las Vegas this year, I think there's a good weather report for Vegas in early February. Make sure that BG is part of your plans. Visit with BG there. And I'll be out there at Las Vegas as well, so I look forward to meeting you as well. And Spiro, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I also want to wish you and your family at the end of next week a very happy Thanksgiving, and the BG family as well.
Ted, same from us to you and everyone here. Happy Thanksgiving. Have a safe, tremendous, beautiful, and safe holiday. That's a big thing. And we look forward to Thanksgiving. That's our time to get everyone together and make it special. This is where I can say, hey, everyone, unplug from work, enjoy family. So thank you very much for having me on again, Ted, and look forward to seeing you soon.
Spiro Morogiannis, everybody, with BG Products, your partner beyond products, best in the industry, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Every step I take feels like destiny. Game on the lot, building my legacy. The grind ain't free and it can't be bought. Grind ain't free and it can't be bought. Mind of a champion, I bring in every thought. I set the level, I set the tone. When the game's on the line, yeah, I'm standing alone. I set the level, I set the tone. When the game's on the line, yeah, I'm standing alone. They ain't never done it like this before. You know I'm the best, you can take that sword. They ain't never done it like this before. Set the bar high, then I break that board.
Welcome to the high-stakes world of the intern. Only the most dedicated, hard-working, and eager student will stand out above the rest and earn exclusive opportunities, recognition, and rewards from the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's time to turn the tables. This time, it's more than just an internship. It's a competition. We're hosting an entire reality show.
10 interns will enter the boardroom. Only one will win it all? Who will drive their career to the top?
We'll see you in the boardroom.
Up next, these women are putting the pedal to the metal at CDK when it comes to advancing the automotive industry.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are coming to you live on campus for Northwood University's 62nd Auto Show. I am Vanessa Collins, joined by Sarah Van Tyne, and we have an amazing group of powerful women in automotive here with us today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us. That's what to do here. Ladies, thank you so much for being here at Northwood University. Before we get started, I'd like to have each of you introduce yourselves to our audience that's online today and tell us a little bit about yourselves and what you do.
Oh, hi, I'm Susan Michaels. I'm CDK Global. I've been with the company for about 19 years in a variety of different roles. And it's just an amazing organization where if you want to learn and grow, you have amazing opportunities to do so. My current role, I'm a senior solutions executive.
Thank you. So I'm Kathy Gilbert. I am the head of DEI strategy and partnerships for CDK. And I've been in the industry and supporting CDK for over 31 years. Yes, I started when I was a baby, if anyone wants to know. And I'm also one of the co-founders of Women in Automotive. We started the organization about 11 years ago. And right now we have close to 9,000 members. And it is an opportunity for us to get back and support women in this industry that are looking to grow and to advance. And I am just fortunate to be part of the Northwood family and team. We've been supporting Northwood specifically for several of our events over the last several years. And let me tell you, it is an honor to get to know the scenes as well as to be part of their journey. So a lot of fun. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Kathy. My name's Brianne Pratley. I'm in my third year at Northwood. So I'm in 3-month programs. So I'm last year undergrad, and then I'll continue my studies at Northwood next year for my master's. I'm studying automotive marketing and management with a minor in finance. And then this summer, I got to work for CDK Global in product marketing as an intern for them. Yes, and then for this year's auto show, I'm the European divisional. And also, along with Hannah and Bella, we got to speak on a student panel down in Nashville for the Women in Automotive Conference, which was really great.
Thanks, Brienne. My name's Bella Smiley. I'm the signature events chair for this year's auto show. Kind of different. I'm a data analytics student. Super fun. I love being in the automotive side of analytics area. I am in my senior year of my undergrad. Like Brian said, we're in the accelerated track. So 1 year of our master's left to go. But this past summer, I was out in South Dakota with Rydell. I was at a Cadillac, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz dealership. So I got my fill of the automotive industry through the dealership. And I absolutely fell even more in love with the industry.
Yeah. Thanks, Bella. That's wonderful. I'm Hannah Wood. I'm a third-year student as well. I'm studying automotive marketing and management with a minor in aftermarket, the full circle, all automotive. And this summer, I did a rotational internship with Garber Chevrolet out at Saginaw. I wanted to try something a little close to home before next summer. Anywhere. I'll go anywhere.
I'm so excited.
I loved it. This year I'm doing the head captain for Cadillac, so I wanted to get a pretty good idea of working head-on-head with a dealership after I just worked with one. I had a great experience with all these great women in Nashville, and again, happy to be here.
Yeah, and Brianne, you mentioned that you three went to the Women in Automotive Conference in Nashville. So if you ladies want to speak to that experience, I think that's so important to get young, powerful women in automotive out to conferences and getting inspired.
Yeah, for sure. So Women in Automotive, this is the first year that I've ever had gone. It was down in Nashville. I will truly say, and I've told many people that was the best conference I had ever been to. So obviously there was a lot of women there. There was a couple men, but majority women. Shout out to them. But it was just really great, learning from all these industry leaders, whether that was in breakout rooms or on the main stage. Just kind of hearing from their experiences. They were all very passionate about their stories and their experiences, and I think I really took that in and got to make the most out of my time down there. And it was just really great to network with so many people. I learned about more companies I had never even known about. And so I just think being able to go to those kinds of things and learn has just been so great for my future, and networking and everything like that. And like I said too, we got to speak on the panel, which was really fun. And just being alongside the other students was really good.
Yeah, Bella. It was an absolute wonderful event. There's something powerful about being in a room full of women that have the same goals and the same dedication and the same drive as you, that genuinely just it takes you and it lifts you up so much more, and it shows you I truly have a village and an army behind me that support us right there. And especially us as students, before we step into the career, it's nice to know that as well. Just to know that we have people there that support us, that see us, that allow us to thrive and allow us to grow as well. So I think it truly was one of the best I've ever attended. I loved it so much. And then being able to speak and give our little 2 cents and tidbit on what we've done in the industry so far and kind of what we plan to do, and how Northwood also plans to elevate us and grow us as women in the industry as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember running to these girls. I mean, we've been fortunate enough to been to a handful of different events, but I remember personally walking up to both of them and saying, shout out to Northwood and shout out to us as students. This is the most confident and this is the most intellectual, feeling and going out and learning we have felt. We have gone out and we knew exactly what every panel, every breakout room, we knew everything that they were talking about. We could join in on the conversation. We were not even joining in, we were leading some of these conversations. And that kind of felt like some of the biggest part of the experience itself, not just being on the panel, which was amazing. We had people laughing, we had people listening, we had people joining LinkedIn with us. But the fact that we could go out and for the first time, we weren't just there. I felt like we were a part of the event. And that was truly something really special for us. Not just wearing the boots in Nashville, actually it there.
That panel looked incredible, and what an opportunity. Yeah, I will say the first automotive event I ever attended was Women in Automotive 2023. This is before I was anything to do with automotive at Northwood. I was just a marketing student, and that's where I met Suzanne and Kathy for the very first time, and then again in Auto Show that year. And for you two at CDK Global and as powerful industry professionals in automotive, what is it like for you to see and support the next generation, especially women?
So I'll start and I'll say, Women in Automotive, we celebrated our 11th year. So the conference, we had over 400 people attending, and we're always looking for more men to join us because we can't change the narrative in this industry for women if we don't have men. Light by stone, make out of year for us. So just know our conference next year will be in Austin. July 17th through the 20th. Look up Women in Automotive. Please, if you want to get involved, reach out to us. I will tell you the partnership with Northwood, as well as having the students come and see women in this industry and people. I won't limit it to women, but it is about women. Right. But seeing them in their industry, seeing and hearing their experiences, as well as the opportunity to really network, build your network, because to me, that's one of the most important things. And we bring that to Northwood as part of our automotive conference that we're doing tomorrow. So our Automotive Roundtable, and I'll ask Susan to kind of share a little bit about how we carry that into what we do here specifically at North.
Yeah, so Women in Automotive, amazing. 11 years. Oh my God, that's been incredible. And I'll tell you, Kathy has been doing this for CDK Global for, I don't want to say over 25, closer to 30 years supporting women in automotive. So it's been amazing. We're so excited to be bringing our event to be sponsoring the event on Saturday and for our 4th year in a row. And the topic this year, of course, is your theme, Elevate. And just thinking about elevating women in automotive makes me proud, right? Because you guys are our future. And without you, we have nothing, right? And this
institution has been so instrumental in helping that bringing more women into the industry. And I think about we're going to talk about it on Saturday, but how this industry has changed so much between the dealership roles and the OEM roles and the aftermarket roles, and then how all of those roles are interwoven together and all impact each other. And it all stems from you guys. You guys are going to be starting that and pushing into all of those areas and making a huge difference. So we're very excited about it and very proud to be part of that and sponsoring it.
Susan and Kathy, thank you so much for being part of this today. And it's incredible to hear all the things that you're doing with women in automotive. And then also that CDK Global is also really supporting the future generations of women in our industry. It's incredible to have our student panelists with us here as well. And we're looking forward to hearing more about the exciting event that's going to be happening tomorrow on campus. Oh, thank you so much for joining us today. Good luck, ladies, on the auto show. Very, very busy weekend, but thank you for spending some time with us and our friends at CDK. As always, thank you so much for supporting the next generation and especially women in this industry. Everyone, on behalf of Tennings and the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I'm Sarah Vantine here with Vanessa Collins. We'll be right back.
Fundamentally, a great university is who are the students that you're attracting to get into the classrooms in front of our great professors. And collectively, we're going to break that code. We're going to figure out how to raise more scholarship money so that any young person in this country or elsewhere who believes in the Northwood idea, who believes in grit, who believes in that earned success, it's not free, you have to earn it, who believes in limited government and free enterprise, we need to find a way to make sure that they have the blessing that many of you have had to come to this little gem of college called Northwood University. And I'm just so pleased that all of you are here, and we are going to have an awesome night.
Your donation can make a dream come true, and I'm living mine right now. I hope you can help more students like me live their Northwood dream.
$8,000, $12,000, $16,000, $18,000, $20,000, $30,000, $45,000, $66,000. We just raised a boatload of money for Northwood University scholarships. And the total amount raised here tonight is $360,000, ladies and gentlemen.
Hear from the Rapid Recon Racers on used car volume and profit with Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Rapid Recon is with us. We've got Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung. We're going to be talking today about used cars, volume or profit per vehicle, what really drives winning stores. Dennis and Josh, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Super happy to be here with you.
Thanks, Ted. We appreciate for the invite and glad to be back.
Josh, we're so lucky to have you and Dennis. Dennis, especially being the godfather, if you will, of all things recon. So I want to start things off. And Dennis, if it's okay, I'll come to you first. Let's talk a little bit about starting with reality. Everyone says that both volume and profit per vehicle matter. Your take on that? What really drives winning stores?
Yeah, over the time since we set up Rapid Recon to try and put accountability into the reconditioning process, we've been able to just gather a lot of data now. So we know what good looks like, okay, and we know what not good looks like. In other words, the people that are paying attention to the metrics and improving their processes, we can see that happening. We can also see the other side of the coin too. So we have a really good idea how much potential there is backed up here. And so we're just going to keep making this real. And being able to do that through shows like yours is really important to kind of get people's attention. So we're still at the starting gate with improving processes, and we're finding there's some really big issues with just the GMs getting enough time to pay attention to this thing. And so I'd like to talk about that as we go on, and ask Josh what his thoughts are too.
Josh, let's get your take on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dennis is right. We look at how many reports a day and what's important to you, but when we look at used car, profitability, speed and time to line is obviously a metric that we want to focus on. And at the end of the day, if you don't have a piece of software to manage that, that's where we step in. And there's a lot of them out there, but at the end of the day, you want to be with a partner that's going to help you look at that data and then give you some real life industry knowledge and expertise and help you fix it. So I think, as we start to go down this path, I think it's super important that, you do measure it, because that's the ultimate, starting point.
So, Josh, I want to follow up with you. It's also important to know the true profit you're making, not just a paper profit on these vehicles. Speak to us about that, because, again, you gentlemen are in the real world, Rapid Recon. Your team is out there every day on the front lines working with dealers firsthand.
I think it all starts at appraisal. We try to do a really, really good job when we are purchasing vehicles in a dealership, and I think a lot of times we put a number on the car. We don't necessarily know what's wrong with it internally. We can view some things externally, but at the end of the day, we put a number on the car and then we estimate what the recon is. And I don't think anybody has really done a really good job at closing the loop, right? What are we actually spending on this car? And not just reconditioning, right? Reconditioning in a lot of ways is defined by different things. And it's not just what's being done in the shop, right? It includes detail and vendors and all these different facets of the reconditioning process. And I think if you really want to look at profit, you have to identify that number, and it's got to be real. But it starts at appraisal, and it finishes when the car hits the front line and it's retail ready. So I think, that is your true profit and not your paper profit, if you will.
Dennis, you want to add to that?
Oh yeah. I mean, these days, I think a dealership through COVID and all that, and the pluses and minuses of that are trying to get back to a profit per vehicle they can count on, both front and back, in the $3,000 to $4,000 range, which is what they need to run their business. And so fresh cars are more profitable. We all know that. Okay. Yes. So average days in recon is a really big deal. Paying attention to that. So you've got good product coming and going, and you've got enough of it to be able to support your customer base. But yeah. So average days in recon and time to line are still the magic numbers, I think, to produce that $3,000 to $4,000 average profitability per car. And used new cars are not that profitable. I mean, we know that. The leases are okay, but really the profitability upside for our customers, for our dealers, is really in used cars. And that's what we think about every day. We're trying to help them tune their thinking on that and help them. They're so busy trying to figure out how to fix problems every day. We have to help them kind of focus on the right things. So that's where I am with this whole thing.
Josh, I think the rule of thumb, help me on this. Most profitable, is it what, the first 15 days? What's the, what do you see there?
Yeah, I mean, the first 15 to 20 days are obviously your most profitable, right? Every day that the car sits, it starts to depreciate, right? Your profit depreciates. There's a lot of factors that come into place, come into play. That holding costs, which all depends on a lot of different factors, including a floor plan, if you're floor planning the vehicles, or if you're not, if you own them outright, right? There's a lot of factors that go into that. But at the end of the day, time kills deals, right? And it kills profit. So yeah, the first 10 to 15 days are the most vital.
Okay. So Rapid Recon has everything centralized. So you've really got one scoreboard, one owner. Talk to us about the importance of that, Josh, if you don't mind, as opposed to having, responsibilities spread across, various departments where nobody knows the outcome. And I mean, that's all how it happened in the past and still happens at far too many dealerships.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between being responsible and accountable, right? I think multiple people can be held responsible, but ultimately one person is held accountable, right?
Okay.
And I think when you look at a piece of software like that, you've got to identify who those people are that are responsible and ultimately who's accountable. And when you're keeping score in one scoreboard, that's all that matters, right? Nothing else matters. And understanding what the definition of reconditioning means to your store might be different. We identify it from acquisition to retail. We don't know any other way. But at the end of the day, every store does things a little bit different in the way that they want to define it. And that's why the software is customizable. But ultimately, right, we keep score. We all weigh the same in a lot of ways when it comes to reconditioning in days. There's 24 hours in a day. There's 7 days in a week, right? And we want to make sure that we capture that information and make sure that it's, pertinent for the people that are looking at it.
Dennis, you told me the story how years ago, when you were working at you mentioned the big dealer group and where they were in the Midwest, and a lot of folks didn't know this used car manager. They didn't know where they stood on a lot of these things. Talk to us about how Rapid Recon assigns owners, and they give the entire team one truth rather than, oh yeah, we're efficient, and in reality, probably no, they're not, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, we went after this thing by saying, okay, here's your phone app. When you're done with you can look at it to see what you're supposed to be doing. When you're done, press this button, and everybody will know that your part is done. So kind of the chain gang part of this. And the problem back then was everybody who said, well, I don't know whose fault it was. It wasn't mine. Okay. The finger pointing thing. So we went right after that by giving them something they could see, and everybody else could see the scoreboard that we put up on the screen on Rapid, whether it's mobile or desktop. So everybody works toward the same number. And the people that take advantage of that to improve their processes are the ones that are doing the best. I mean, they're making the most money. They have fewer problems of overruns in terms of investment in the cars, things like that. So it all works, it all flows, but it gets off track on a regular basis. So this isn't something you can count on unless you pay attention to it every day. See what's working, what's not, and watching those metrics. And that's what they do. I mean, we know what's good. Like I said before, we know what good looks like. That's 6 days and under. Average days in Recon is a good number. We have ones that run less than that on a consistent basis, and the ones that are above 6 days average, those are the ones that need a lot of help.
Well, Josh, can you have speed without cutting gross? We talked about the importance of that. Dennis is mentioning as well that time to line. How does that impact the gross?
You can, but you have to be cognizant of what gets you there, right? I think a lot of times when you chase volume, that means shortcuts. And when you take shortcuts, a lot of times processes are missed and things are missed that are very important to the profit. And so That's a trick question. You can, but at the end of the day, if you don't have a smooth processes and those processes are not tight, all you're doing is chasing volume, and you're really cutting into your gross. And I think a lot of times, when you chase gross, you can sometimes slow down your process. So I think you got to look at the totality of the process and make sure that you're managing each process very differently, because a detail process is going to be different than a mechanical process. A mechanical process is going to be different than your vendors. Every dealership does vendors differently, right? Some do it all on site, some outsource.
Yes.
Some, sublet, but they still come on site, right? There's all these different variables that come into play, and you got to make sure that you can identify what those look like before you start chasing volume, because you chase volume, you could very easily cut into your gross.
And Dennis, Rapid helps the dealer. Rapid Recon helps the dealer run fast and precise, like regardless whether they sublet, whether they do it internally. Speak to us about that, because you're set up no matter how the dealership operates.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, as Josh says, some people outsource things and others insource it, and you've got all the different phases of things. I think the things that we found are the most effective in keeping your hands on this thing are, one, making sure you basically scan every car before you make a decision on it, so you know what internal issues you're dealing with, so you're not guessing things. I mean, the technology's there. It's all been done for us. It's pretty easy to do. Takes 30 seconds, and okay, this car's got a sensor problem or a transmission issue or whatever, and so that's the easy part, and we've kind of got that going. But the next thing is the communication on the priorities come from the GM usually, right?
Yeah.
GM's the top dog in these operations, and the used car manager kind of follows along. But the GM and it has to be able to see what's going on. And in Rapid, we've set that up so they can glance at this whole thing, see what those metrics are, have a short conversation with the right people, whether it's fixed or variable, and they know where they stand. And if they're not on track, why are they not on track? Everybody's got to know this. So the one of the things is scan every car so you don't have any surprises on the mechanical repairs.
Okay.
Number one, and number two, watch those metrics so that your people know you're watching them, for one thing. And the other is they want to know what's good. When it looks good, tell them it's good. If it's bad, tell them it's not good.
I like it. Josh, dealers right now, middle of November, they're making plans for 2026. They're all looking, I mean, they're all doing it. I'm hearing it, left and right for the past couple of weeks. They're all looking at, okay, how am I going to have more predictable profit next year? And where are they looking? They're looking at things like fixed ops, they're looking at used cars, and they're looking at, getting their processes in order, faster turns. So they're looking at platforms like Rapid Recon, if they're not already on it. Tell us about, tie it all together with that speed, the accountability we're talking about, and protecting your PPV as well.
Yeah, I think, you look at profit per vehicle, and ultimately you've got to have a metric, right? And so ultimately, if you don't have a piece of software that's tracking that information, it's hard to predict what it's going to be if you don't know what it ever was, right? And so, a lot of people guess, and it's unfortunate that they still do, but dealers do. They have some think they have a really good understanding of how long it's taking, and it's inventory, it's their DMS. They're trying to find other platforms to try to get a number in their head. But ultimately, to be predictable, you got to know what it was to start with. And so ultimately, you got to have a good foundation. And once you get the foundation, then you can get more predictable in what that looks like. And that's down to very, very specific processes. So for example, if I'm a detail department and I know that the used car director just bought 50 cars, if I don't have a piece of software, historically, I'm not going to know that information unless I get a phone call. if I'm using a piece of software, I know that those vehicles are coming because I see them in a process, and I see them way upstream. And so now I can prepare myself, whether it be for, chemicals, or whether it be for having enough headcount to get the job done, right? If I'm outsourcing it. So there's all these different things that can now be predictable because now the data is visible, right? And if the data is not visible, we can't be predictable. And so I think as you go into the end of the year, those are things that you got to start to focus on.
Dennis, in life, usually everything is revolving around consistency, being consistent in what we do daily, not, waiting till the end of the month as an example. Talk to us a little bit about that daily discipline challenge and, talking to your people about that.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing over and over again from general managers is that they're so overloaded with follow-up items and reactive things. So that they can't have time to analyze what's going wrong. So we've helped them do that, and we're continuing to kind of evolve that process of gathering all the data together and analyzing it, not just from Rapid Recon, but other systems as well. So they actually know where they stand. And then the big key is, okay, the GM needs to be able to pass out the action items to people. They need to be able to say, here are things that need to be paid attention to. I want to know when it's done. So there's a communication element here that I think is particularly important in communicating with your team. And the GM's the center of everything, right? Everything falls back on the GM. So they're going to look at what's going on. They can walk through the dealership and say, hey, I see some problems right away, and I've looked at my Rapid Recon numbers, my average age in Recon and time to line, and it's going the wrong way. Okay. Right. So then the next thing is I'm going to send out some notices to people, and I want to do it very quickly. Hey, I need to know, why are we not doing a better job of getting trades from our service drive, whatever, things like that. And they need to be able to get action items moving. So we're spending more time on providing that kind of support in the technology because we know it's important, and we know the GMs will burn out. That's what's happening. If they don't have time to kind of do this, they've got a business to run. So we're trying to help them prioritize.
And Josh, Rapid helps dealers on more than one level. It's the software, I think, fundamentally. But if a dealer needs more help with processes in dealership and coaching, that's something that they could turn to Rapid as well for. Can I not?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, software is just a means to measure, right? The software is not going to necessarily speed up that detail department, right? It will identify that there's challenges in the detail department. But at that point, our customer success teams are the ones that take that data and then give real life insights and different processes based on that dealership's personnel and where their detail department is, even from a location standpoint. There's all these factors that kind of come into play. But yeah, we actually then take that data, analyze it, and give best practices to help, speed up that process.
I mentioned earlier that dealers are planning now for next year, for 2026. Many are going to be coming out to the NADA show. It's going to be, I believe, the first week in February in Las Vegas. Dennis, Rapid Recon is now part of the Velo family. I understand that Rapid's going to have and Velo are going to have a very strong presence for dealers who want to maybe ask some questions, start making their plans now as to what they're going to visit when they come out to NADA.
Yeah, it's a big commitment from Velo and Rapid Recon as part of Velo, and to show our force there, because we've got solutions that bridge between fixed and variable as well, and so we can talk to the whole the whole value proposition, if you will, the whole life cycle of profitability. And it all calls back to those same two metrics: average days in Recon and time to line. And at NADA, we can communicate with dealers and groups as to how this actually works. And some of them think they know already, but you can't assume anything. we've continued to evolve the product and make it better and better all the time. So NADA is a good chance for us to engage with our customers and to update them on what it is that we're doing that's really good, and how we can help them.
And Josh, dealers don't have to wait to reach out. If they want to engage Rapid Recon, maybe they have questions for you, how this would work for them, their group, their individual stores. Josh, where's the best place to go? Is it rapidrecon.com?
They can reach out to rapidrecon.com. They can email me at josh.deyoung@rapidrecon.com. I'll be more than happy to hand out my cell phone number as well. But yeah, let's just have a conversation. Not every software is a fit for everyone, but at the end of the day, let's have a conversation. If you're a current client and you want to have a conversation, I would love to pick your brain and figure out what you like and maybe don't like about the software that we could help better our product. And if you're not doing business with us, I'd love to have a conversation with you.
Everybody, Rapid Recon has the winning formula. Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung, great work, gentlemen. On behalf of the Roundtable, want to wish you and your families and the Rapid Recon and Velo families a very happy Thanksgiving next week, and thank you for all you do for the industry.
Thank you, Ted. Really enjoy what you do for the industry, and thank you for including us. I think it's really a big deal working with you, and thank you for including us.
And it's a lot of fun, and I learned probably as much as anybody right on here. So I took good notes on our conversation. Everybody, visit rapidrecon.com on the web. Dennis McGinn and Josh DeYoung here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Everybody wants to be part of a bigger story, and to see something like this in such a big industry is a big accomplishment.
When I heard about Rapid Recon, I was like, man, that's ahead of its time.
Rapid Recon is the one software that unifies all the departments. You're going to go from chaos to organization.
The whole idea is to take 15 days average to get these cars ready to sell and take it down to 3 to 5.
It's live. You can log into Rapid Recon and see exactly where you are.
We're processing 2,500 cars a month. You need technology to make it more profitable.
And we know the pains that dealers are going through because we've lived it.
We get so much praise for our customer service, and it's because we genuinely care.
If you want to be as efficient as you possibly can, you absolutely should have Rapid Recon as your system.
We're changing this industry in a way that it's needed to change for a long time.
98% of customer experience is how well or how poorly you communicate. Well, how come my software partners spend 98% of their development on workflows? What if they spent 100% of their time on workflows and we spent 100% of our time on communication? Then we'd be able to truly create transformative experiences for customers, and that's what True Video does.
We're shifting gears as we hit the speedway for the Fixed Ops Roundtable Fastlane event.
These parts are on the go. Reynolds & Reynolds is here to deliver parts efficiently and at a profit.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we're going to be talking about delivering parts efficiently and at a profit. Our guests with us today are Cliff Murphy of Classic Auto Group, Brent McDorman of Reynolds & Reynolds, and of course, Tully Williams of the Nilo Company.
Gentlemen, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. What a timely discussion. Tully, if it's all right, I'm going to come to you first out on the West Coast at the Nilo Company. Tully, a lot of parts departments sell to local body shops. They sell to repair shops, other dealerships. They even sell to the public. What, in your opinion, are the keys to making that a successful part of your dealership's fixed operations?
Well, there's two ways of looking at it. One is that there's margin, right? And if you're going to demand margin, you must demand service from your team. And if the service means your team is, I'll have the part there in 2 hours. and it can't arrive in 8 hours. It needs to arrive in an hour and a half. And I think when you're in the wholesale business, no matter if you're one dealer or 50 dealers, the issue is how do I get my parts from our stores to our great customers that are going to buy from us every day? The competition in wholesale is tremendous. Body shop, big boxes, a lot of times they care about price, but when it really comes down to it, they care about speed and getting the part that was promised at the time it was supposed to be delivered. And that's what makes body shops successful. We're talking mostly body shops here. So to make a successful system is how do you have your delivery system work? Do you have 50 trucks? It doesn't matter. Is how do I get my parts to the body shops in a reasonable amount of time and not have my drivers spend 4,000 miles a day going crisscross and back and making sure we can get a second delivery out of all of our drivers, which would help out tremendously. And now we can start making money in the wholesale business.
Cliff Murphy, you're over in Mentor, Ohio at Classic Auto Group, big name in our industry. What a great opportunity also to leverage technology. If maybe you want to share some your insights with us as well.
100%. I feel like we've piecemealed several systems together to try to make a system that works for what we need. It's a continuous battle trying to find something that works for everything we need. It's got to have route planning and optimization, and as Tully said, it's got to be a system that's going to get the part there efficiently, and something that is hopefully going to tie back to the DMS, but it's been a real challenge to try to find something that works so well with our DMS and a phone, ODB2 connector. It's a tough game.
Brent McDorman, you head up for Reynolds and Reynolds Parts Flex Logistics. Tell us a little bit about that and some of the pain points that we're hearing about, and maybe some others that you help solve.
Yeah, absolutely. So with Parts Flex Logistics, what we're looking to do is leverage that technology to ensure that efficiency, right? And not only ensure that efficiency, add some of that accuracy and some of that data tracking, right? So in order to be able to verify that the part is there on time and be able to track that through GPS, to be able to see exactly where that truck is, where those deliveries are, but then also being able to validate that by leveraging things like scanning the box itself to make sure that the right part got delivered, right? Even if we got it there in the hour and a half, did we get the right part and drop it off at the right shop, right? Because that burns that whole time speed doesn't matter if we did get the right part there, right? Validating that the part was delivered with proof of delivery, with collecting digital signatures. These are the type of things that can then be pulled back into that DMS, tied in there and stored with your data, and start to really understand where your processes are and how you can validate those and how you can improve them.
You're so right, Brent, with all of these pieces, and it's amazing too. And I want to come back to Tully to ask this, but as we're talking about this, there's one asset that we don't have the opportunity to recoup, and that's time. And the reality is, the time is on the clock for the customer. It's on the clock for your drivers. So I want to drill down a little bit more into optimizing the delivery operations. And so Tully, coming to you first, what does efficient logistics mean to you?
So the way we do it at the Nilo company is that all of our parts departments have a hub. And all our drivers come to the hub, and then they have routes. And I'm telling you, it's just what Amazon does a brilliant job at. And when it comes down to a dealer site, we can't afford to have an Amazon-style company run it for us. But Reynolds and Reynolds, has done a great job helping us get that for us, because what we don't is have the ability. Because when we have all of our dealerships, and we have 10, all the parts come in, they go into the routes. And those routes then are loaded by the driver. And then we need software to tell the driver where the parts are, make sure they have all the parts. Like Brent said, getting there on an hour and a half and you don't have the right part is a disaster, because now you've ruined the entire day. And then also now you have the ability to say, if the person calls, say, hey, I'm checking on my part, is it in delivery? And the issue is, most of the time we can say, I'll call the driver and I'll get back to you. We'll never get back to them. The issue is going to be is that we want to make it where we can look at the tablet, where we can look at the screen and say, body shop, it's about 2 stops away. I guesstimate it's probably going to be about 15, 20 minutes. Joe should be right there. And then when we get there, we're not shuffling around with paperwork. We scan it and say the car's got there, but now we get to have the digital repair orders or the digital counter tags. They sign. And then we can take back if there's any cores back or if there's any returns back, we can track those, because what happens to cores and returns? They get lost. But we have to have a way to track all of that going through. And here's the thing. This happens every day. When you're selling hundreds of thousands of dollars in wholesale, all these leakages come out. And what happens if we get too clustery on our drive routes, then parts don't get delivered. And next thing you know, the guy comes back at 8 o'clock at night trying to make a delivery. That does not work. We want a 2 delivery system where we can do the mornings and we can do the afternoons if it's in a local market. But if we are going somewhere far away, like we go about 150 miles out, we want to make sure that poor guy drives out there, has everything he wants. And then also we need to check up on him and make sure he's doing well. So getting down to that time, like you talked about, is so crucial when it comes to wholesale delivery. It is the most important thing that we have. Ordering the part is the easy part. The DMS handles that for us. But delivering it is where the challenge are, and that's what we can get help with what Reynolds and Reynolds has.
Cliff, I'd love to hear your perspective on this as well. I mean, knowing where your assets are and streamlining this, it sounds like with what Tully is doing, I mean, this is an important component to have in your business.
100%. I think Tully hit it right on the nose. I was in the corporate side of the business for 20 years before coming to the parts side. And I guess I never realized how important drivers were to what we do. And they're really the core. They're our face. We have guys here that talk to everyone on the phone all day long, but ultimately the people that they know are our drivers. And, being able to give them a piece of software that is, that works and, can change on the fly if need be, it is invaluable.
Brent, and to come to you from the Reynolds perspective on this, you have the opportunity to work with a lot of different dealerships and a lot of different markets across the country. What are you seeing regarding logistics and how dealers are making this more efficient?
Yeah, so, I really identified this as an area for opportunity. There is still so many dealers that are basically putting up paper lists of invoices on a clipboard and then handing it to the driver and saying, here's what you need to go deliver, right? Here's your stack of invoices. Over there's your pile of boxes. Go deliver them, right? And instead, being able to use a piece of technology really in the driver's hand that tells them task by task exactly what they need to do, right? To be able to automatically put those deliveries in the correct order that's going to be the most efficient for them to drive, and then be able to give them navigation turn-by-turn directions that includes traffic data and road closures to make sure that they're not making a mistake, right? And that it can adjust on the fly to get them in the right place. Those are the things that we were seeing the need for as Tully put it, that Amazon type of experience of being able to move those logistics. And we don't need to frazzle our drivers. As Cliff pointed out, the drivers are the face that these customers are interacting with. So we want them to look professional. We want them to come in and look like they're using the technology and that this is cutting edge, right? And so being able to leverage those things, that's what our dealers are needing to take advantage of.
Brent, great point. And Tully and Cliff as well. The drivers are front facing. They are your dealership in the customer's eyes. And Brent, escalating and upping the game is this new technology. So you told us a little bit earlier in the opening about Reynolds product, this Parts Flex Logistics. Tell us more and some of the things that we can expect.
Yeah, so it's a web-based application that also includes a mobile app for the driver. So it's very adaptable. So you can run it on an iPad, a tablet, a PC, a phone, right? So the great advantage of this is we are leveraging the Reynolds technology to make this very intuitive and easy to pick up and learn as well. We want it to be something that shortens that onboarding time for when you bring a driver on so that we can be as effective as possible, as quick as possible. It's going to be able to give you that kind of bird's eye view, literally, of being able to pull a map and see where all of your trucks are at any given point in time. That's a lot of money and assets out there, not just the truck itself, but all of the material on the truck that you're delivering. And to have that visibility to know where that is, where those assets are, is very important. You know, go ahead. Collecting the technology by utilizing barcodes and being able to then scan and track those packages as they go through the system and be able to ensure that those parts are the correct parts that are being delivered to the correct locations, and not just the correct parts, the correct quantity of parts. So, you know, if you have 4 of them to deliver and I take 3 off the truck, we want to be able to tell you, you didn't scan the 4th one. Don't leave yet. You still have another package that needs to be dropped off, right? So being able to take those tools that Reynolds is so good at building and developing and being able to put those in such a compact mobile application that the drivers can utilize is what's going to really drive this forward.
And Brent, this sounds incredibly robust, and this is just a game changer when it comes to all of the time pieces that you mentioned, how this is helping dealerships, you know, plan their days more effectively and really onboard and have their drivers doing more efficient things. Is this available now, or when can we expect dealers to be able to be part of this?
Absolutely. That's a wonderful question. So we are doing some initial beta testing with dealers now, and we're going to be then doing some pilots pretty soon as we've added some more features and functionality. And we're hoping to make a big splash with this at NADA, which is just around the corner, right? We're already in November. NADA is going to be here before we know it. And we're hoping to be able to be on that floor and really show you something special with it.
Tully, this is a game changer, and you know, it's an expected part of all business transactions today. I mean, you know, business to consumer things we order at our homes, Amazon, meals and things like that. Tully, and here we are now for parts and logistics.
You know, I think that you look at it, and I think Sarah's question was in the beginning was, you know, how do we make money in the parts department, in the wholesale department? Think about when we look at wholesale, it's kind of like 30 years or 40 years. It's almost like a rotary phone technology. And a lot of times now we're coming out with technology that makes us look like we know what we're talking about. And we're doing it right. We're helping our drivers. As Cliff said, our drivers are our most important asset when it comes to wholesale. It's not the person looking up the parts, because half the time they send us the part numbers, right? Body shops send you the information they want. They tell you how much they're going to pay. It's not like there's any negotiating involved. The driver is the one that goes to the store and makes people happy, takes returns. That's the bad word in the wholesale business, is returns. But the next part is, how do we get paid? And when you have a low margin in wholesale, one person can clean you out in wholesale. And that's the reason why you see a lot of stores say we're out of the wholesale business. We make low margin and half the people go bankrupt on us or just don't pay us. But the goal is going to be is that how do you get paid by big box body shops? You must give them the receipt, and there has to be a signature. No receipt, no signature, no get paid, no matter how much it is. There now, Reynolds & Reynolds is ensuring us that we get paid. For a successful body shops, right, they have to have it where they get the part. We say we delivered the part. They acknowledge they get the part. We have a scan for that part. And now we can get paid by body shops much easier and process that paperwork through the business office and make people happier. So part of wholesale is, 1, ordering the part. I feel that all the body shops got that figured out. 2, logistically getting the parts there. Reynolds & Reynolds is going to help us so much in that, dividing up routes. How do we get people emergency hot shots? They can tell us someone's close to that store. Hey, go by and pick up by George. He has something we need to match. And the last piece of the puzzle is, how do we get paid? And they're going to make sure that we get processed the paperwork properly, so then we can invoice it. It's so important in the wholesale business.
And Cliff, that driver, as you mentioned, is so important, such an important part, ingredient here. And the fact that now they'll have this technology that enables them to even look more professional than anything else out there.
100%. The digital proof of delivery is great. You know, the ability to optimize and plan the route. I have a reason to go to NADA now, Brent.
Fantastic. I look forward to seeing you there.
So Brent, You mentioned NADA. Okay.
Yes.
What would something like this mean for operators, such as the folks who are on here? It's a game changer. First of all, will it only be for Reynolds dealers? Will there be other dealers that this will be available to? Tell us a little bit about the rollout and how that's going to work from what you see.
Sure. So we're going to start with Reynolds dealers. That's where we're going to start positioning this. And part of that is that we're able to leverage the additional data of the invoices, the DMS, to be able to pull that stuff back and really give a holistic picture, right? We talked about being able to start looking at some of that data and some of that tracking, and now we can kind of build that full life cycle of the part. We can add more data now. We can track it in the DMS today when we buy it, when we sell it. Now we can start tracking when we deliver it and kind of build that complete picture. So because of that, we want to focus on the Reynolds customers first. This is, like I said, a web-based application. This is not built into the DMS. So where it goes from there, that's yet to be seen. But at NADA, we're really hoping to show how, for the Reynolds customers, this is going to make an immediate impact. And regardless of size, right? This scales up, this scales down. Even if all you're doing is hotshot deliveries to a couple of local shops, this is fantastic because it doesn't require additional hardware other than a mobile device with an LTE connection and a web interface. So anybody can pick up a phone, log into the app, perform the tasks, and make the deliveries happen.
Sarah, the scalability is a real strong point here.
It is, Ted and Brent. This is so exciting. Reynolds continues to be a leader in innovation in our industry. And for those listening today, for more information about Parts Flex Logistics, keep an eye on rayray.com. And if you're interested in being a pilot, speak with your Reynolds account manager. And Brent, this is really amazing stuff.
Thank you. We are excited about it. Really bringing more of that technology to the parts space is what's going to drive our dealers forward.
Tully, it reminds me of that phrase that you frequently share. Parts sells hours. How important are parts?
It's extremely important, and I'm gonna spin it the other side. We're talking about wholesale, but what's the deal when you have a job in the shop and I need a part from another store right away? I mean, the goal is going to be is that there's so many ways that we can keep our shops busy, because now when we have wholesale drivers out there, what do? I need this bolt that's like 4 cents that it's costing a job that costs $20,000. And then what we do, I don't care how much wholesale's out there, I need the bolt. Well, now we can go online and say, okay, that person's right there. Hey, swing by and get the bolt. You should be back here an hour and a half. And I can go out and tell the tech, guess what? I got the bolt. You should be here in a blank time frame. Everything is okay, versus that we're doing all these fire drills, And the last thing I also want to say, and going back to what Cliff said, drivers are so important, is tracking your drivers and giving them something to look at and say how well they're doing is really important. I think that, I'm sure they do it with UPSs and FedExes and Amazons, but how many deliveries did we do today? How many customers did we do today? How many times did we not go over the speed limit? How many times did we not crash into somebody, right? I think that when we monitor these things, we put it up on TVs, which I love to do, is show off your drivers. They want to see what they do every day. We want a little bit of competition. Let's have a contest. Let's have some fun with our wholesale drivers. Can you believe I'm saying it?
Cliff, I really like where this is going.
Absolutely. I can tell you that, the great thing about, we're a Reynolds dealer, and the great thing about that is that I know that, Reynolds continuously builds upon programs and makes them better and better, and they take feedback. I've suggested things and seen them in the very next build. So that's exciting to know that, it's only going to get better from here.
And Brent, congratulations. Reynolds continues to be a great innovator and a great partner to dealers throughout the country.
Absolutely. That's our whole goal.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Again, for our audience, if you want to learn more, visit rayray.com. Tully, Cliff, and Brent, Sarah and I want to take a moment to wish you and your families a very happy Thanksgiving at the end of next week. And thank you for all your contributions to Fixed Ops and the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Very grateful to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Everybody, delivering parts efficiently and at a profit. Reynolds & Reynolds Parts Flex Logistics, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Meet Relo, the automated parts runner designed to minimize technician downtime and streamline service operations. Today, we're going to walk through exactly how Relo works, step by step. It all starts here. The technician completes an inspection and recommends work for the vehicle. The advisor sends the estimate to the customer using e-approval. Once approved, the parts department is notified and can begin fulfilling the order. The parts counter person gathers the required parts and places them on parts rack 1. Most dealerships will have multiple racks, and one Relo can handle deliveries from unlimited racks to unlimited bays. Once the parts are ready, the counter person assigns a delivery directly from the parts application in Era Ignite. Relo autonomously navigates to the designated bay, avoiding obstacles along the way. You never have to worry about Relo getting stuck, running into objects, or needing manual assistance. It can easily maneuver a variety of indoor spaces. Once it arrives at the service bay, the technician retrieves the parts without ever leaving their workspace. It's designed to operate independently and keep your service department running smoothly. When Relo needs a charge, it automatically returns to its docking station. On average, Relo's battery lasts 12 hours, ensuring it's available throughout the workday. With a load capacity of 660 pounds, Relo can transport anything from small parts to full sets of tires. Relo is changing the way dealerships operate by minimizing technician downtime and optimizing service efficiency.
No need to add this to the prompt. Get an inside look on how AI is impacting conversations between dealers and customers with Capital One.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Capital One panel with us. And Ted, we have a very special guest with us.
We do, Sarah. Very honored to welcome back Tim Mullins, Vice President of Capital One. Tim was with us in New York earlier in the year at the World Trade Center. Tim, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Thank you, Ted and Sarah. Really appreciate it. I'm so excited to be back. Yeah, that was a fun time we had in New York. You guys throw a pretty good shindig, but really excited to be with you here today.
Well, Tim, back in June at the New York pop-up event that we had for the Fixed Ops Roundtable, we talked about how dealers are using AI tools within their business. Have there been any updates on how you're seeing dealers use AI tools within their businesses?
I think so, yeah. I think when we chatted in New York, everyone was sort of on their own change curve. It seems like lots of people were learning, consuming information about how do I optimize AI. And now it feels like, we haven't sort of totally jumped the canyon here, but it seems like a lot of people are getting really comfortable with AI. They sort of know where to put it in their process, which has proven to be really great in terms of enhancing the process rather than sort of replacing the process. And so we've seen a lot of uses of AI, both internally, how do I run my business, but also externally, how do I take care of a customer, sort of the way that they want to be taken care of. So lots of innovation. We here at Capital One are diving incredibly deep. And so we're thinking about it in a really sort of long-term way, letting it enhance what our humans do here, but also coming up with really great ideas on how to use it so that we can just be faster, more effective, and more efficient. So happy to translate that to our dealer partners so that they can learn the same things we are.
Well, Tim, I'm curious, how is AI impacting the conversations between dealers and car buyers? And how does this bridge the gap to enable them to have a more seamless car buying experience overall?
Well, I think that, we talked about in New York, the consumers want to interact with the dealers in the fixed ops area, how they want to interact. right? Some of them want to make a phone call, some of them want to email, some of them want to text, and some of them just want to chat. And so we've noticed that this new way of communicating with customers using an AI chatbot is just opening another door for the customer. The difference, though, is it doesn't take a lot of very expensive people to just sort of bounce back and forth with a customer on what we would consider just sort of, like low value conversations, right? Like, do you have this part, or can I make an appointment? Like that stuff is easy. And that's the first thing we're seeing going to AI. It allows the consumer to bounce back and forth, get the information they need, find really valuable information. And then when they come into the store for the service or, the repair or the part, they've sort of fast forwarded the process, and they come in sort of delighted that they got to knock it all out, and it was done, using an AI chatbot. So we're really excited about the optimization of conversations that we've been able to provide a lot of our dealers. And we're noticing that it allows the dealer to then reallocate their human capital to other things, maybe more difficult things or more valuable things, which is fantastic. So again, not replacing that human capital, but essentially optimizing it so that they can go do really, really valuable things.
I love that, Tim, because that's a big concern across organizations is, how do I preserve that relationship between my employees and my customer, because they know that those are really where that retention and that loyalty comes from, is the people. And so I'm also curious, what are some of the biggest pain points in customer interactions and conversation that AI is helping to solve for dealerships?
I think the biggest pain point it's trying to solve is an aged old pain point for us in our business, which is transparency, right? I think the customer is seeking information, and they're seeking it in the avenue they want to take, right? So they either want to email or call or chat, whatever. Like they don't want to be forced into a door. They want multiple doors to choose from. And what this, our particular, chatbot, which is called Chat Concierge, what this product does is it allows the customer to get transparent information in a seamless way that fits their needs, right? We're all busy. Like we all have lives going on. We have work and kids and families and sports and all the things. We don't have time to carve out an hour to, maybe potentially call someone or go visit the store if we're just seeking to find a little bit of information. And so these AI tools really optimize the ability to provide transparent information to the consumer. What's ironic, though, is when we were testing this in a small way, we also found out that at a certain point in the conversation, dealers are just ready to take over. And I think that's really, really cool. There's a bunch of stuff that the AI chatbot can do, but then eventually, for those really important, valuable parts of the conversation, we created a dealer takeover, which allows the dealer to watch the conversation going on in the system. And when they want to jump in, they can jump in and they can go, "Hey, this is Tim. Thanks so much for talking. We can definitely knock that question out, or we definitely do what you need to do." And so that it was interesting just to see that an enhancement like that added to the transparency that the consumer was needing when they maybe needed to talk to a human because it was a really complicated situation. And so we've seen the dealers kind of swoop in, take over, finish the thing, and then allowing the consumer to get what they need, and eventually coming in and taking care of what they needed to take care of. So it's been interesting. It's just taken another crack at that transparency thing that we're trying to provide has been really valuable.
And Tim, while we're transparent, it seems the industry, everything seems to be speeding up. Everything is moving faster and faster. I don't think there's ever been an exciting time more than what we have today. How can dealers leverage AI chat to result in more qualified leads, conversions, and revenue, regardless of the department they're in? And what are maybe some of the best practices for successful integration?
I think what I really appreciate about our dealer customers is that they have a very good understanding of what their process is and where the pain points occur for their consumers. Like they are experts at this thing. They know exactly what the process needs to be. They know exactly where it breaks down. and they tend to be very smart at innovating in those sort of sections where the process breaks down. So my advice would be use AI to enhance those breakdown processes and allow them to free up. And so, for example, we have dealers who are using this chat concierge, obviously for the front end of the business, right? So consumers who are looking for cars, they want to buy cars, they want to make appointments, and it serves up really good ways to look at cars and even get pre-qualified online. It serves it all up for you. So it's essentially like a salesperson for you. But we're also finding dealers who plug that into the service department and to the parts department and kind of allow you to make transactions over sort of the internet, which allows the consumer to get what they need. And so I think our advice here is don't be hesitant with AI. You all know where your pain points are, and see if there are ways to plug in AI, and that way you can optimize the situation and allow your consumer to have a very good flow from kind of A to Z into your system.
Tim, it's incredible to hear all of this immersion that AI is doing for this customer experience, because you're so right. It transcends all the departments in the dealership. And while someone may start in sales, it can quickly turn into service and parts in any other department. And it also seems that there are many continued improvements and innovation around Capital One's Chat Concierge product. Are there any last kind of takeaways for our audience today?
Yeah, I think when we look at the transparency component of the consumer and the dealer, what's interesting is like 75% of dealerships say that they think their consumer process is transparent, and then when we poll the same consumers for that population, only 50% of the consumers say that it's a transparent process. So there's like a massive gap there, and so I think what our advice is you can be transparent without breaking your process. And some dealers are like, no, don't do that. I don't want to be transparent. I just want the consumer to get what they want, and then I need them to come into the store, and then my process will take over, and that's like what I'm used to. And that's fine. I understand that. But I think the ability to use AI and to use Chat Concierge in places where the breakdowns happen, I think it's really important. So what we're doing is we're looking at ways to enhance our Chat Concierge in a lot of different ways. Dealer Takeover was an example of that. We just released the ability to do Spanish speaking. So you can literally have the consumer speak in Spanish. It'll translate in English or continue in Spanish. And the dealership can either designate, we've seen certain dealers designate Spanish-speaking associates to interact, or you can just speak English and it'll translate it to Spanish. So like that's a pain point, right? You may be losing consumers who need to order parts or service, and they interact with a tool that doesn't speak their language, and they bounce, and you didn't even know that you lost that consumer. And so this is like continually innovating here at Capital One, trying to figure out as much as we can to help the dealer out. We have some really cool stuff that we're going to enhance this tool with. Can't quite talk about it yet, but maybe join us at NADA if you're making the trip down to Vegas, and we'll show you some things on the booth floor. But we don't stop at Capital One. It drives us crazy when we're stagnant. We have to always ask the dealer, what else do you need? What else would help you in your business? And so we have a bunch of ideas that we are now prioritizing and trying to knock out. It's just a really important thing for us to make sure that we're helping the dealer with what they need. And for your particular audience with the fixed ops side of the business, this is something that we've never been really able to crack, right? We were always kind of on the front side. You think of me as a bank, and that's great. But now we're really trying to make tools that help this audience. And this is what really makes us excited, because we can sort of help a part of the business that really needs the help, because the service and fixed ops part is a fantastic part of the business, and they're getting their due, and we're just excited to be along the ride with that.
And Tim, to your point just now, and I think dealers are recognizing the service and parts revenue producing element as being one of the most important components in the dealership, especially in this last year or so. So when we were in New York together, there were so many dealers that had attended that were with us, and we mentioned Capital One, and it seemed like almost everybody had a relationship with Capital One and
Right.
could relate to that.
Right.
Dealers are making their plans now. We're midway through the fourth quarter, almost into the new year. I know we have a QR code where people can learn more, but you mentioned NADA as well.
Yep.
You'll be there.
We'll be there. So we've been participating in that for a long time. We are expanding our footprint with NADA. We are going to be demoing a lot of products. And what's interesting is we don't tend to talk a lot about finance when we go to NADA. Finance has been around for 20 years. We're kind of locked and loaded in that thing. For us, we're spending a ton of time innovating digital products. And at Capital One, the dealer who is our customer, the dealer is at the center of what we do. And so if you're thinking about making your plans to come to Vegas, I believe that's where it is this year or next year at NADA, I would really encourage you to look for us really for two reasons. One, I want you to show you the things that we're doing, and I want to show you the relevancy in the service and parts department. But two, I am always listening for the next idea. And I feel like we are just starting our journey with really being able to apply some amazing technology to this audience. But I find that the best ideas don't come from me. They actually come from the dealer. And so I would encourage you to come. I'll be at the booth and try to find me. And I'd love to pick your brain about what are the areas of your process that if a company came in and just handed you a couple of tech pods and just said, what do you want us to build? What would be those ideas? And then we'll take them back. We'll try to figure out how to make them work, and then we'll start piloting them. So I would encourage you to come and find us. We're always listening, Ted and Sarah.
And Sarah always innovating apparently as well in Capital One.
That's so true, Ted. And Tim, it's always a pleasure to get to learn about all the amazing things Capital One is doing, and then how it can really help a dealership be more successful and have these incredible opportunities with their customers.
Yes, we're excited. Stay tuned for some big things in 2026 that is very relevant for this audience. So just, I'll just tease it a little bit.
Dangle that out there. All right.
Yeah,
In the meantime, best way for our audience to learn more about Capital One and stay abreast of things that you're working on.
Yes. Yeah. So scan the QR code that you'll see on the screen here. That'll get you to the right place. There's a lot of information that we can provide. There's a lot of things that you can look at. But essentially, if you're interested, reach out to us because we will have a dedicated person contact you, understand what your needs are. We're not really interested in just sort of selling a bunch of stuff. We're interested in creating solutions. So if you want a consultant that helps you create some solutions, Capital One is your company.
Very grateful to have you, Tim, as a certified partner, Capital One of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Thank you for all you do for our industry. And on behalf of Sarah and I, want to wish you and your family and the Capital One family next week a very happy Thanksgiving as well.
Happy Thanksgiving to you all. It was a pleasure, and we'll see you next time.
All right. Tim Mullins, everybody, Vice President at Capital One, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
So Chat Concierge is one of the tools that Capital One has provided for us, and the dealer takeover feature is in particular a great option for us to use. That is when a salesperson can see the chat coming in, see the tool interacting with the customer, and feels like it could use a little bit more information. And that's when they can jump in, take over the chat, and get the customer, specific information and answer specific questions. And we've seen numerous instances where they're able to make an appointment right then, and customer comes in and buys a car sometime same day.
This payment system moves faster than lightning. It's Travis with Dealer Pay.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Travis Sieibert is with us. He's Senior Vice President of Sales at Dealer Pay, putting modern convenience of payments on the map. Travis, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me back, Ted.
You and I were chatting in the green room. I didn't even know there was such a thing, such a category, Travis, as dealership payments until a young lady named Julie Douglas came along a couple years
Yeah.
ago. And now it's like a major thing, right? Amazing.
Really.
So congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's changed over the years. I've been doing this a little over a decade, and it's very fun. Like we talked in the green room about seeing the changes, seeing the compliance laws change, but along with what are dealers looking for to be more convenient for their customers, and it's a fun space to be in.
It is. And that's what I want to talk to you about today, because dealers are making their plans now. Here we are, middle of November. They're making their plans for next year and for the balance of this year as well. And one of the things they're looking at is that convenience factor. So I know you work with a lot of dealers, Travis. What's the biggest change you're seeing right now in dealership payments?
I think there's two sides of it. There's the obviously surcharging, and that whole world has become a new talk track over the last few years, but it's still hot and heavy. I will tell you, most dealers we are working with on a daily basis that aren't already working with us are looking at cost savings, right? We're looking at how do we change the bottom line? How do we adjust places that there's a cost that's been ongoing forever, but is that something we can address now with some type of surcharge or convenience fee? The other thing that I see a ton of along with that is send payment requests and non-in-person transactions being a hot topic, being convenient for that customer, like you mentioned. But with that comes compliance and security. Having a partnership with DMSs and working inside these systems they already use is super important to protection. So we do a lot of educating. I feel like I'm more consultant than sales. I think dealers are super savvy and they're looking at their options. And if there's a way we can bundle that together and check some boxes for them, that's our goal.
Dealer Pay has really helped dealers and general managers, fixed ops directors, controllers, really with the compliance factor. Travis, what are you seeing? What's keeping dealers up at night when it comes to payments?
Yeah, I mean, right now, dealers want to get more, I would say, up to date, right? Not that dealers haven't taken those steps all the time, but now it's like, okay, how do I send a payment request? How do I take that convenience factor for my customer but also protect myself at the same time? And there's things you can do. With our system, we have the ability to scrub that transaction data to make sure they are who they say they are, which is super important. Just as you guys know, when we're checking out anywhere online, we have to have that checkbox to say, okay, Travis is who he says he is. And if not, we warn the dealer about it, right? So I think it's feedback. I think dealers are always educating themselves in this area. So from our webinars or even our consults, we just want to make sure we're checking that box for them when it comes to, okay, if I send a payment out to a customer I've never met before, how do I know I'm okay?
Yeah, makes sense. And, another big topic that we're hearing a lot about, especially recently, is surcharging and cash discounting.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that and any confusion that folks may have about those things.
Oh, it changes every 6 months, really. The car brands change every April and October. So I always joke that this gray hair is surcharging and this one's PCI compliance, right? So it's always changing. We're always learning about our space. But every state looks at it differently. And that's the key thing is, the Northeast and maybe New York and California look at it completely different than Missouri or Iowa. And, there's a lot of things always changing there on this legislative level for states. But at the end of the day, what our job is to monitor, that's our job is to be responsible for the dealers to let them know, okay, hey, just, Ohio changed this law. Let's make sure you're doing it the correct way. Because there's a lot of confusion there. There's a lot of people selling it kind of casually and they're not checking the right boxes. So if you ever got secret shopped by the car branch, you could get in trouble. And we want to make sure that doesn't happen.
It seems this year, Travis, we're hearing a lot more about fraud.
Yeah.
We're hearing a lot more about it in numerous places at the dealership, in person, before the customer comes in, remote. So it feels like a growing concern. I know that's the case with dealers. What do you see out there? What's really happening?
We call it friendly fraud, where customers are getting savvy. Unfortunately, customers, not always the best customers, are getting savvy about how I can argue a charge and win. And how do we protect our dealers from those? Like, dealers are doing everything correct a lot of times, but if we're not checking a couple things off when it comes to additional information to protect the dealer, they're open to those chargebacks. I mean, you still have those, IP addresses that try to, trigger a bunch of little micro transactions, but that's not as common anymore as customers just taking advantage of what they know is true when it comes to car brands ruling in their favor and not necessarily protecting the dealer. So we do a great job of making sure if they're not in person, like I mentioned before, making sure there's steps along the way that tell people even their chargeback score now. We have a system that tells you if Travis Siebert's been known to have a lot of chargebacks, you have the option to accept that payment remotely or make him come in. So there's a lot of cool things that we're adding every day. We do a great job of listening to our dealers to make sure, as things come up, if it's a problem for one, it's a problem for everybody. So we're just focused on that.
All right, that's a great resource. There are still dealers out there who have the 1 and 2 terminals in their dealership, and everybody uses that terminal. From the F&I manager has to go to that terminal, at the cashier, the parts folks as well. So, what innovations are you most excited about right now as you change the landscape as dealer pay progresses throughout this great country?
Yeah, I mean, I was the guy who sold those. That's what's so fun for me to see it evolve, right? I was the guy. That's how I got into dealership space. Was I
Really?
was the one walking in and installing that machine myself. But
Wow.
it's come a long way, and there's things I've learned every day, and I continue to learn. Is dealerships are becoming more savvy. Security is a big deal, even with their own staff. Controlling who can do what keeps you compliant and safe. So I don't want necessarily an employee that just started doing voids and returns as a great example, but having a software that you can control user interface, what their ticks are. That means that I can turn off for Travis what I don't want him to do. That's super important, because at the end of the day, the dealer wants to know that money's not leaving unaccounted for and people aren't doing things they're not supposed to do. So I think updating from a standalone device, which is a great resource, to something a little more integrated just helps protect you long term and control what's going on in your dealership group.
And can I ask you, Travis, as a follow-up?
Yeah.
I see online, it's hard not to see this, that you'll see the dealer pay team in dealerships implementing and installing this. You've got a real hands-on approach. If you want to tell us a little bit about that, because when you set a dealer up, you're really there to help make sure they're successful, not just at the outset, but for the long term as well.
Absolutely. It is a partnership, true and true. From our contracts that are dealership friendly, to us showing up and being white glove. I always try to tell them we're trying not to bug you too much, but at the end of the day, their job is to run a dealership and sell cars. Our job is to take this payments level, bring it up a notch, save them money, make them cost effective and efficient. The efficiency starts because it's our job to make sure every terminal is working. It's our job to train every user in that space, and we're on site. Absolutely. We don't drop ship stuff in the mail. We even offer every third Friday, we offer free training for any dealer who has new employees. So every third Friday of the month, jump on with Miley and her team, and they teach you about dealer pay. So it's not a one and done. We are not a vendor. We are a true partner.
Travis, I think one of the biggest things for our audience is that dealer pay also promotes a good working relationship between the controller in the office and the fixed ops director and the service manager.
Absolutely.
Which in the mornings on some days can be, I don't want to say confrontational, but we want to have good relations there. So tell us a little bit about that, because there's a lot to keep on track. And, controllers are just trying to make sure that we record the money, do it the proper way, and, tell us how we help.
I mean, my joke when I'm on demos is I learned two things pretty quickly to dealership space: is I don't bug them between the first and the fifth, and I don't make things more complicated when it comes to their reporting, or controllers are going to come after me, right? So I think that's super important to what you just mentioned. I think fixed ops looks at it a little differently. It's more customer facing, what's important to their team and how they're helping their customers. But at the end of the day, if that's making it more complicated for the back office staff, that's not a beneficial thing. So how do we do both? So what we do is have the functionality for customers to keep the CSI scores up. But on the back end, we have reporting. Again, since we were pulling from these DMS reports, we can tell the controller, hey, you had 37 transactions today. No problem. 2 are the ones you need to look at. So we're taking that reverse math, the things I've been dealing with my whole career, trying to figure out what's missing. And we eliminate that because we have the ability to use that integration to do the reporting quicker and easier.
And you also accept various forms of payment. You've opened the door for a lot of things for dealers, including loyalty and rewards programs that help, build retention, which is a real important area for dealers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're always adding things. We're launching crypto here soon. I think it's actually almost done for this month. We're getting into other back office support, possible payables and things we're investing in. Because at the end of the day, we realize if dealers are coming to us with questions, concerns, and needs, it's all dealers. And that's what we do really well. We have that roundtable. We meet with dealers every quarter. What's going on in the market? What's the push? Where are pain points? And we really want to become that one source of truth for all dealers for when it comes to all those things, right? We've been doing great in the credit card processing space. We're doing great in the ACH check. But how do we add more value to that? Rewards for customers is a big deal. So we're offering rewards programs now. So for every $1, dealers can assign a rewards value. So when they're done, they can claim those later. I mean, we still have our gift cards and stored value we owe programs built in. So we do a lot of things that just makes it convenient. So at the end of the day, I know as a customer, when I drop my truck off, I know if they remind me, oh, don't forget, you have $5. Do you want to apply that? Absolutely, I do. And the dealer didn't have to think about it because if the system's set up correctly, it reminds them that I have that value that they've built over loyalty time with me that I get to use. So I think it's a win-win for customers and the dealers as we grow this part of our space.
Everybody, Travis Sieibert is the Senior VP of Sales at a company called DealerPay. They're working with a lot of the Fixed Ops Roundtable community, making great strides in modern payment convenience, specifically in the dealership space. It was not that long ago that the only way to pay for your service bill was to go to the cashier window. I would think that most of those service payments are done on a card, whether it's a debit or a credit card. But Travis, it seems to me that the customer remembers the first part of the sale, the early part when they're greeted and recognized, and the last part. Those are the moments that kind of stand out.
Absolutely.
Share with us some of your thoughts on that.
I mean, Julie says it the best. The last thing a customer interacts with is with your cashiers. It's the payment process. It's everything's done. They sign the paper, and the last thing to do is tap that payment or hand you a check. So that's super important to us for the customer to love that process. So that's why we do offer all those forms of payment, as you mentioned. But at the end of the day, too, for the staff to make it ease of use, it's the best way to end the day. Like a customer leaves feeling happy. If the customer's not able to make it in, they get paid different ways too. So we want to make sure if a dealer's looking to really add value, that we're bringing a couple different options to that last touch, which is super important to customers.
I was at the Nilo company in Sacramento earlier this year.
Yeah.
Tully Williams, and I know you're working with all 10 of those European luxury dealerships, but I couldn't help but notice on the service advisor's desks, I was in the Jaguar Land Rover showroom, beautiful showroom.
Yeah.
And it seemed like on each desk or almost every desk, there was a customer facing terminal, and there it said dealer pay. So I know that it's right out in front.
Absolutely.
Tell us about that, because it seems that the cashier wouldn't be privy to the details of that work performed. And if there's a question, the advisor would be right there to answer that.
Absolutely. Again, that goes back to the convenience for the customer, right? So if I'm thinking dealership from the dealership's perspective of CSI score, make sure my customer's completely taken care of, I would want to have that last interaction with the advisor who did the work. To your point, to go to meet with Ted. Ted's doing my paperwork, and he's going, Travis, here's everything. Here's the brake pads. Here's everything we did. And I go, great. And then he goes, pay right here. And I tap, and I'm good to go. I'm ready to rock. Like, that's a benefit. That's a convenience for the customer. But ultimately, at the end of the day, to your point, I feel so connected to my advisor. I'm coming back. That goes to the rewards programs. That's why we want to incentivize customers. But now there's a relationship there that's way bigger. So I 100% agree.
And you also give customers the convenience to pay with their phone as well, which
Apple
we
Pay.
do like for everything else in the world, right? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, no, Apple Pay, PayPal. We have all the fun things now, the tap and goes. Even in our text pay, you can pay right there with Apple Pay on your face and then walk over and meet with your advisor to your situation you talked about. So, I always joke my dad is the guy who drops off his car, sits there and watches their TV or drinks your free coffee while his oil change is happening. Send him a text. If he can figure out his Apple Pay, he'll pay, and then he'll come over, meet with his advisor, go through the paperwork, and out the door he goes. So yeah, convenience is important. Customer interaction is important, but all the text there, we want to make sure no matter what a dealership wants to do, we could say yes. And it's really fun to actually customize what makes sense to them compared to other dealers. And that's the fun part for me.
Travis, finally, my last question for today. As dealers for the balance of the year, look out over to next year, start making their plans, talking about these things. What's your best advice for dealers heading into the new year? And also, will you be out at the big show, the big NADA show in early February?
Yeah, we will be at NADA. We'll be in the Velo booth. So please come see us, meet us, hear about the other companies we're working with now with Velo. We're so excited working with Ewert and Andy and the teams over there. It's just so fun. I feel like we're really becoming a all-in-one solution for dealers when they're just looking for options. And I think to your first question, I think ask the questions, right? Ask the hard questions on the why. How can I make this better? And look for the vendor or the partner that can really help you check some boxes. Like the answer doesn't have to be no. It can be creative. It could be, okay, what's the pain point for that dealership and the why behind the question? And if the person they're working with can't answer it, keep asking questions and figure out who the best solution is for you. Because at the end of the day, my goal is to obviously sell and grow our business. But if I'm not putting a dealer in a better spot, I'm never going to ask for that business. Because at the end of the day, that's my responsibility. That's something I pride myself on, and DealerPay does, is to make sure no matter what happens, that dealership is in a better spot than they were before us.
And Travis, congratulations to you at DealerPay, all the good work you're doing. The feedback we're getting from dealers is that they can't believe they had to live without this for so long. And you've really put them into the modern age.
I really appreciate it. It's fun to watch them light up on demos when their screen's on. I can see them like looking as we're doing demos and like, oh my gosh, I didn't know we could do that, or I didn't know that that's even an option. It's interesting to watch dealers learn more about what we can do and really bring value. And it's really fun to partner with these dealers. And to your point, the next step is our team being on site and really getting hands on. It's a great place to be. I'm so grateful that Julie found me a few years ago, and I've been here almost 3 years, and I love Dealer Pay.
All right. Everybody, if you want to improve trust, streamline your operations going into the new year, Dealer Pay is the company to speak with. Travis Sieibert, Senior VP of Sales, works very closely with the team. Julie Douglas, again, a fixture here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And again, a lot of credit to both of you for the hard work you've done. Congratulations. And Travis, Thanksgiving coming up next week. I want to wish you and your family and the Dealer Pay family a very happy holiday next week as well.
Thank you so much. Likewise. Thank you again for having us. We love being on here with you, Ted. You do a great job, and we appreciate everything you do.
If you want to reach out to Travis, everybody, you can find them on the web at Dealer Pay. You can see the scroll down below.com. Travis's email is scrolling on there. I see a 708 phone number. Travis, is that
that's my cell? Yeah. Feel free to text, call. If I can help in any way, I'd love to chat with you.
Dealer Pay, everybody. Travis Sieibert with us here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, how would you like to pay? Card, cash, or check?
I will do a card.
Okay, thank you very much. And will you sign right here?
Sure.
Okay, have a great day.
Great, thank you.
Introducing Dealer Pay Moves, Dealer Pay's new mobile application for dealerships on the move. It's really great because all you have to do is search for your repair order. It's then going to search whichever DMS that the dealership is connected to. As you can see, it's going to pull up that customer record in that open repair order. I'm simply going to select it. Now you've got all your customer details here, including the surcharge amount if it were to be applied with a credit card. I've got options to pay by credit debit. I can key enter the transaction. I can use a paper check or even report cash. I can even add transactions in here so I can do some real-time voids and refunds. Dealer Pay Moves is a great solution for your dealership to stay relevant and mobile.
Check out this tag team. Join us on our next panel with Lithia and Dealer Pay, filmed live at our Northwood pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Valentine here with Vanessa Collins. Today we are at Northwood University and we have some incredible guests on our panel with us, Vanessa.
We do. We have DeYoung and Ashwin from Lithia and Driveway and Julie Douglas from Dealer Pay. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Good to be here.
Well, Julie, there's a lot of conversation in the industry right now about really making the customer experience a more seamless one, and really payment processing and having options for customers is really critical in this conversation.
Absolutely. One of the things that we've really made several strides on, even in the last few months, is really starting to pay attention to how these customers want to pay at the dealership. It's not like just, card payments or check payments. I mean, there's several options now. So we believe that, giving them that option and convenience is huge.
And Diego, one of the things that's been really interesting with Lithia, all of the metrics and all the pieces that you're looking at from a performance perspective, really the customer experience, the starts, from the moment that the customer arrives to the dealership or makes that phone call, how does something like this really transcend into, the ROI that you're seeing at the dealership level?
Definitely. I know we talk a lot about CSI, and I know one of the biggest pain points is when, you're maybe stuck in the F&I box for a long, long time. And I think really, what we're trying to do at Lithia is make that process easier. And with companies like yours, obviously, that helps us, right? So we need to make sure that obviously we're continuing to evolve in our processes. And with new technologies coming out, such as you mentioned crypto, right? There's a lot of buzz right now about stable coins and a lot of things happening. And I think we want to continue to stay innovative and continue to offer multiple, different options for our customers of how they want to make payments.
For sure. Ashwin, what are you seeing on the performance management side of Lithia with all the new technology that's coming out in an industry that's ever changing?
Yeah, and I think the number one thing that we think about is customer experience to us equals profitability, right? So if we take care of our customer, that's how we're all going to make money. And so on the performance management side, we do a very transparent job of showing our dealerships kind of through our reporting and our analytics. How are you taking care of the customer, right? And you've seen it as you look at our SPS and kind of the different reports that we have, and it's front and center. It's the first thing that we look at is the OEM metrics and how are we taking care of the customer. So we want to put it in front of our dealerships right away so that they can see that, okay, I need to innovate and maybe work with a company like DealerPay to make the process easier. And it's all about putting it front and center. I think as we think about it, our dealerships think about it, our general managers think about it, our service advisor think about it, everybody's thinking about it. So I think that's the key.
And Julie, the biggest piece that I've taken away from a lot of our conversations has really been just the innovation that's been happening at DealerPay. If you'd like to share a little bit more with our audience today about what's coming up and what are you working on?
Sure. So we've been really dialing into our integrations with the DMSs, kind of even pushing the envelope on the data that we want to get from them, the data we want to serve up to the dealer user so that the process is seamless. It's quick. Payments is not as easy as most people think. There's a lot of things happening. So one of the things that I've really dialed in addition to the customer journey experience, is the dealer user and making that very simple and easy for them. I believe just like any technology, it's great, but if it's not fully adopted by the dealer user, the ROI of purchasing such product is not going to be what you expected.
100%. Yeah, and Ashwin, we see that a lot in SPS meetings with our dealers where they have a solution and they're paying for a solution, but they aren't using it to their full potential and they're just kind of letting money fly each month because they're not getting the right training or they're not being proactive with it. So I think that's really important, continuing the customer success, going back to the dealerships and making sure that they have the resources they need to use the solution to the best of their ability.
Exactly. Absolutely.
And Diego, one of the things that, Vanessa mentioned in that conversation really centers around some of the education. And so with some of the pieces that are evolving in that the customer also has to be educated in what to expect when they come in.
Yes, 100%. And that's what we really strive to do. Lithia has many different, now we have educational platforms such as right now, obviously EVs, right, is a big buzz. And there's a lot of questions about EVs and how they work. And our greencars.com website, for example, is there to educate our customers. So when they do come to the dealership, they will be better informed on the decisions that they're making. And it's continuing to give our employees resources to also learn. So obviously the customer, we want to help them be educated, and it's continuing to also providing resources for both our customers and our internal folks.
Julie, you're seeing a lot happening with dealerships that are embracing this. And there's really, from the experience that you deliver, you're not just dealing with, one size fits all kind of platform. You have so many different ways that this is impacting large organizations like Lithia, but then also smaller ones.
Absolutely. We approach the business as one dealer at a time. Of course, we love the big enterprise groups, but each individual dealer has individual needs and sometimes needs customization. One of the things that we've done really well is we've stayed nimble enough to be able to make certain customizations. For example, like user permissions. Maybe there's in one of your departments, you don't want a user to have access to certain things. A lot of times with platforms, just in general, it's an all or nothing kind of approach. We've tried to really make it specific so that it can work individually in each dealer.
And it's incredible because all of that really attention to detail, and as you said, being nimble. Ashwin, when you think about how many times that those processes in the dealership can create bottlenecks in the experience, having a lot of diversity in how you approach, a partner approaches the offerings that they have can be critical to delivering an exceptional customer experience.
Well, and I think that's something that we've been working on, which is simplifying our vendor partnerships, right? A lot of the time as a big group, and we operate in a kind of freedom within the framework mindset, right? Where our dealers are allowed to make decisions for themselves. But what we see a lot is that we almost complicate the process by working with too many people, right? And so how do you simplify that experience for the customer? And the only way to simplify the experience for the customer is not put them through 6 different systems to get through the transaction, right? And we ask our vendor partners all the time, it's what is, and you mentioned this, is what is our ROI on what we're actually getting, right? And if we're not thinking about that every day, and we're not thinking about how the customer is affected by the tools that we use, then we're not thinking about our customer, and we're not taking care of our customer. And I think that's the biggest focus for us, is simplification sometimes is better than complication, right? So a lot of the time, I think we complicate processes that don't need to be that complicated.
And Julie, what's been so impressive too, you touched on the integration piece. There's a lot of dealers that have maybe a controller or somebody that's worried about, well, if I add this other piece of it, how does that impact, my bottom line and what I'm looking at the end of the day? What are some of the solutions that you have where dealers that might be having some concerns about how this will ultimately get played out?
Sure. So there's so much technology in the space that deals with various processes in the dealership. But it's oftentimes we find when it comes down to what touches the money has the least technology associated with it. So when you talk about an office manager, controller, they get nervous when you try to change something. But what we're trying to do is educate them that the old way of doing these things is slower and is actually costing you margin versus automating some processes to make their lives easier as well.
And Diego, I imagine that some of these implications, looking at this from that approach that's a little more holistic, that's going to impact also future generations that are considering opportunities with the dealership if they have a more current process.
100%. What we really try to do now with different technologies, right, is helping automate processes, especially in the back office. The back office, their processes of, closing the books, month ends are always very complicated, very tedious. And I think right now we're really focusing on utilizing technology to make that process much easier. So then we can, again, go back and really focus on the customer and really help automate a lot of those back end processes.
Vanessa, a lot of incredible information. And Julie Douglas is such an incredible partner with DealerPay.
She absolutely is. Thank you so much for joining us, both Diego and Ashwin from Lithia and Driveway and Julie Douglas from DealerPay. Thank you so much. We are here at Northwood University for the 62nd International Auto Show. Sarah and I will be right back.
Every step I take feels like destiny. Game on the lot with my legacy. The grind ain't free and it can't be bought. Grind ain't free and it can't be bought. Mind of a champion, I bring in every thought. I set the level, I set the tone. When the game's on the line, yeah, I'm standing alone. I set the level, I set the tone. When the game's on the line, yeah, I'm standing alone. They ain't never done it like this before. You know I'm the best, you can take that sword. They ain't never done it like this before. Set the bar high, then I break that board.
Stop what you're doing because we're breaking news right out of the gate. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is coming to NADA in Las Vegas, and we're opening a very limited number of media and spotlight opportunities. If you want in, stay right here. Now let's crank it up. January 26th through the 29th, the Fixed Ops Roundtable unleashes our next virtual event, Rock Revolution. 4 electric days, non-stop momentum, and the biggest names in fixed ops take the stage to drop the strategies, breakthroughs, and profit-driving plays that will dominate 2026. This isn't a podcast. This isn't a Zoom. This is a full throttle, amped up experience for service, parts, leadership, and every dealership ready to own the year. So plug in, turn the volume to max, and get your team locked in for Rock Revolution January 26th through the 29th. And remember, Vegas is calling. Reach out now for exclusive NADA media opportunities.
Crush obsolescence before your final lap at year's end with tips from Shon Kingrey in Revolution Parts.
Welcome back to Revolution Parts. I'm Ted Ings. This is the How to Crush Obsolescence Before Year-End panel with our retail superstar. Shon Kingrey is here from the Kaiser Automotive Group in Madison, Wisconsin. Benjamin Hanak is here, e-commerce performance specialist at Revolution Parts, and Anthony Bluebello, e-commerce performance specialist at Revolution. Gentlemen, welcome back to the panel, and great to have you with us today.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much.
having us, Ted.
Shon, let me get things started, if it's okay with you. Talking about year-end obsolescence. Shon, how much are dealers really paying to hold on to old or even dead inventory? And could be things like taxes would they be eating into the margins even more than you realize?
You know, Ted, the timing is perfect because as we go into the end of the year, obviously everybody's doing inventories. We all know that. And I think as far as dead inventories with parts now, it's probably more focused than ever because with the way variables going and so much focus on fixed and absorption, everybody's paying attention to every dollar. What's the second biggest investment any dealer has? It's parts inventory. We all know that. You know, first is your car inventory, obviously, but you got floor plan for that. You own your parts inventory. It's not floored. You own that, and it's dead expense. You know, our biggest location has a $1.6 million inventory. If you don't control that, that runs away from you in a real big hurry. And, you know, the OEMs, you know, RIM or whatever we're going to call it, depending on the manufacturer, is not your friend. You can't forget that. They're not there to help you. All right. You forget to return that part at 9, 12, or 14, 15 months. You own that part, guys. It's not coming back. It's yours forever. And how much is it controlling it? It's been how much you allow it to do it. I know Anthony, before we came on, made a joke about the 9-month rule or the 12-month rule. Guys, that rule needs to be hard and fast. That's not a negotiable number. As we look at, and Tully's going to pick on me, by the way, Ted, but as we look at hours per RO and effective labor rate and all those things, those old matrix, you need to talk about your parts obsolescence in the exact same conversation on a daily basis. When you have a leaderboard and it talks about how much you're selling per RO and how much you're doing, you need to hold parts accountability and inventory to the exact same standard, especially now that some of the OEMs are finally bringing back purchase discounts. What you do with that purchase discount, and I don't want to get far ahead of ourselves here, what you do with that purchase discount and what you do when you do inventory at the end of the year and you have a surplus. Listen, I'm all about paying the parts manager on him running his inventory correctly and keeping and controlling that money and him getting it. He doesn't get that money until he doesn't have obsolescence. And I know the OEMs have 14-month numbers, and that's a number we can argue about till we're blue in the face. But you have to control the inventory. And before they get their money, I want my inventory controlled first.
Anthony, I see you shaking your head if you want to weigh in on this as well.
I'm laughing first off because we mentioned Tully's name without the word retention anywhere around it. So, I mean, listen, only because I did say the word retention. Having retention is having parts to keep the cars going, to have the technicians to keep moving, to make your billable hours, customer pay hours. Parts is such a it's such a strict section of the dealership that it's got to be maintained properly. So, think about COVID times when we used to buy up a bunch of stuff or when we were kind of going back and forth. You'd buy 3, 4, 6, 9 months worth of fast movers that would normally be in your 30-day category. Or if you guys have automatic replenishment, there's all types of different acronyms, but your S1, your S2, your S3, your 1, 2, 3s, which is your 30, 60, 90, which is kind of, your fastest, these are the ones that you basically cannot run out of those, right? You bring in a car that's 2-3 years old. You don't have an oil filter, microfilter, wipers for that car. I mean, what are you doing back there? Why do you even have your job at that point? Not to sound rude here, but going to obsolescence, I was shaking my head because somebody said 14 months at one point. 14 months is just insane. I'm a 9-month guy personally. I look at 9 months and it's like, if 9 months puts a little bit of a stress on it, and then at 12 months, it's really stressing. Now, we have a lot of definitive factors that come into play with obsolescence. You got techs ordering wrong parts. You got parts guys ordering wrong parts. You got automatic replenishment that you didn't catch to get taken out of the order screen. So I don't want to get too far off the realm here, but, being prepared, especially like Shon was just saying, we have inventory coming up, or maybe you just did inventory, but you're looking at 2020, the next year, to be a little bit cleaner, 2026. It's, you got to make it clean. You got to keep it clean. Going back to his what Shon was just saying about inventory, whether you got $1 million or 100,000, everybody's got a percentage, right? To me, 1 to 3 is like the max for 9 to 12. If you got 12 to 14, 12 to 18, whatever, or maybe 24 to 36, I mean, that better be under 1%. That's all I know. And at that point, you're using a cost minus sometimes, or maybe I would do cost plus at like 9 to 12 months, whether it's cost plus 3, cost plus 5, but if it's 12 to 18, I'm going cost negative, because just like the sales department with cars sitting there, you're paying interest.
Yes.
In theory, you have to incentivize people to buy these parts to get rid of them, because you need to be clean next year. And I don't know about you guys, every year is a competition for your own job. You have to keep it clean. And, whether we want to talk about taxes cutting in your margins, that could be more marketplace related. Whether we want to talk about budgetizing getting into your margins, either way, obsolescence, it's got to be clean. I don't care if you're losing money or making money. But to the parts managers that are writing it off and throwing it in the dumpster, I mean, they kind of have a point if it's 36 months old, but, it's a different story when you're a lot less.
Ben, I'm curious your thoughts on this.
Well, listening to this, Shon talk about the inventory dollar count, we were rolling at $3.4 million, and we had about 265,000 sitting in that inventory that was obsolete over 9 months. Very difficult to get rid of. We did a buy sell like 10 years prior, and we bought another dealer's inventory at 50 cents on the dollar. And unfortunately, a lot of part numbers stayed in our inventory, appreciated value. We had a tough time getting through that, but even with that type of inventory, $3.4 million, $265,000 is not a lot, right? Doesn't sound like a lot, but think about that. That's money in the bank that can't be used. The dealership cannot use that for repairs on the building. They can't use it for wages. They can't use it for new equipment for the techs. And $265,000 doesn't denote the size of a package, right? So the size of a package, you could have 15 hoods sitting in your warehouse, taking up all that geographical space. Now, if you could get rid of that, then you could free up space for more productive inventory.
Shon, I want to come back to you. Your thoughts, and at this time of year, as we are in the fourth quarter, should you be making space now on those shelves for incoming model year parts?
Well, it's a good question, but because they're coming automatically anyway. I want to peel something apart that Benjamin just said. Listen, in the world that we live in now in buy sells, because buy sells are happening everywhere all the time. The big groups are getting bigger. We all know that. The mom and pops are really getting squeezed. One thing, and where I come from in Florida, as Ted's well aware of, we went from 4 to 22 stores, and I learned a lot in that 5 years. And I can't say this enough for those dealer principals or general managers that are listening. To Benjamin's point, that $265,000 he's talking about, when you buy a part, when you do, first of all, you're going to get an ISO, which is an initial stock order. They're going to send it to you, okay? You can ask for forgiveness from the manufacturer to take some parts back. Sometimes they will if you do an ISO. Not my point. My point being that $265,000, you're thinking, oh, it's no big deal when we're paying $10, $11, $12 million for a store. It's a huge deal to a parts manager when you're talking about a $1 or $2 million inventory. Guys, that's a percentage. Yes, it may start at 0, but if it was at 12 plus, or to Anthony's point, 9 plus for them, it's going to be 9 plus for you in a year. And after a buy sell, a year goes by so quickly, who cares about it? All right. and then you got an ISO and a return off of the rim original order. If here's my buy sell rule, and again, we did this at this group, and Ted's aware of this. We did it with this group where we bought a store in southern Wisconsin, and he had a very large quantity of obsolete parts. And he's like, well, you're buying those parts. No, we're not. If you can't return them, we don't want them in the buy sell. And again, if a $265,000 keeps you from buying the dealership, that's a point you have to talk about, because it's deadly to an inventory. It's deadly to a parts manager. It's the monkey on the shoulder that doesn't get any better. So Ted, not to get away from the question of what we're looking at in 2026, you better have a business plan in 2026. Again, especially in the world of buy sells that we're all in. Buy sells really don't mean a lot. It used to be when you bought his dealership, you cleared house and everybody lost their jobs. That there's not replacements anymore. So the chances are the crew that's there is going to stay there. And they know the ugly monkey they have in the back. They know their dirty laundry. They know the baby's ugly. Get rid of the baby. Peel the Band-Aid off. Call it what it is. And get rid of the dead inventory. And looking forward to 2026 as you're doing inventory, or to Anthony's point, you just completed an inventory. Listen, you need to look at your books. You need to look at the numbers. If the baby's ugly, own it and deal with it. Make it go away. And I'm going to get way off the sidetrack here. You can build, in most DMSs now, you can build $5 for every to Anthony's point, we're not talking about oil filters and wiper blades and air filters. For every hard part, every repair part, build a $5 pack. By the way, variable and fixed aren't that much different, okay? To Anthony's point, we're talking about dead inventory on the lot. Dead inventory and parts is the exact same thing. But you put a $5 pack on every hard part that you sell, and that money goes to obsolescence write-off. Guys, at the end of the year, you don't have an obsolescence problem. Okay, I know it's thinking outside the box, but then you tell the parts manager, listen, at the end of the year, if there's a surplus of 20 grand, you get it back. Well, everybody's invested in it at that point. And in the end, you put a hard pack on every car on the lot's got a hard pack on the variable side. Put a pack on your parts. Put that money aside for obsolescence. Get rid of the dead inventory.
Anthony, I was going to say, all three of you have related this in one way or another to the used car department, to the inventory that the dealer is keeping close tabs on, that we want to make sure is Shon, I'll say frontline ready quickly. Yeah. But after 15 days and 30 days, the gross profit on that vehicle diminishes rapidly. Anthony, it's the same in the parts department.
It's so funny, though, how much we compare each department, right? Because they're so profitable. But I feel like a lot of people don't put parts at the level as sales or service. When in actuality, when you look at gross, a lot of times parts departments can make the same amount of gross. But either way, as we're preparing, getting new inventory, moving stuff out, to Ben's point with the size of things, you got to get those big items out of there. If you're not making strategy, let's say freight, you got big parts, maybe you can't return sheet metal. Get a dispatch center. Look into selling freight. Look into dispatch centers that'll move freight for you. So that way, all you gotta do is put on a pallet and they'll pick it up. If you can't sell it and you can't return it, you got to do something with it, And if you're scratching your head, I got all this dead inventory. It's all about game plan. Shon just said it. You have to make a game plan. You have to think about it. And I love his idea with putting money in an account. It kind of reminds me of like a handling fee or a shipping fee, some form of a fee to put some money aside. I think, Shon, you gave away some secret sauce right there, man. But in theory, we're all doing it. We're all doing it. When I was on the back counter, we would put shop supply, but in my state, you have to itemize it. So what do you generally need for brakes? Anti-seize, an acid brush, some zip ties, and a razor blade. Boom, we put those in there, put a cost at a penny, charge $9, and then all the shop supplies just gets eaten into, B346, and then you route that money to it on a customer pay line. So, we all know how to move the dollars around. I do love that idea, but when you're stuck with something, you want to actually get rid of it. You actually want to sell it. I think it's great though, Shon. I'm not diminishing your thought process here. That is a great idea. Numbers wise, because the numbers don't lie, right? And when your comp controller comes down, you could have clean inventory, but you could have a pile of stuff you just wrote off that you're like, yeah, I'm going to try and sell it and, put that money back. listen, it's 50-50 if you ask me. I've done it with snow tire packages that were 2 years old. I've done it with freaking, pardon my French, I've done it with roof racks and roof boxes that got moved to 4 different cars on the showroom floor. I get it. It's hard to move certain things, so you do get stuck with it. But just like sales says, there's a butt for every seat. Same thing with parts. Somebody's going to buy it. So this is where you game plan. To Shon's point, that 18 months, in 6 months is now going to be 24. So we're going cost minus, or you're building yourself enough revenue in a let's call it an offshore account in your DMS, and you're going to write it off. And who knows? I used to call body shops and be like, hey, I got this, and this. Slow movers. I'll give it to you for this. You know, whatever you, there's game plan, there's effort, there's momentum, there's, you know, all that just needs to be put into play, because that new inventory, whether it's new model year, new recalls, new ARs, automatic replenishments, you got to be prepared for it.
Shon, the dealer can relate to your suggestion there. That doesn't even have to be explained to the dealer, because they've been in the used car business and new car business for a long time.
Well, and it's funny because to his point, and you made a point, Ted, that we're relating it to used cars. It's like when you sell a radiator, not selling a coolant flush or a coolant service at the same time. They've been package selling in F&I for how many years? It just took fixed operations 50 years to figure out that we should do the same thing. You're putting a pack on it. And again, to Anthony's point, it's not about building a slush account. When I take that $5 per hard part, that's coming off of his margin, because hopefully your parts managers are paid off the bottom line. I'm going to make it hurt. And listen, hopefully it's not forever, because sooner or later they're going to fix their obsolescence problem, or you need to fix your personnel problem, one or the other. And once they get it fixed, they learn how to control it, and it's in control. You can take that and reduce that $5 to $2 to $1 to 50 cents, whatever it is. Because again, you're going to have misordered parts. You're going to have parts that you just made a mistake on, whatever. That helps you account for all those and make those go away.
Ben, I'm curious your thoughts.
Well, I'm listening to these guys talk about this, and one of the things that is glaring to me is one, measuring and managing your aged inventory, having a measurement strategy that really aligns with what you're trying to do is key, but also having clear training for your employees. You have to have employees that can think forward and know that, hey, if I don't pay attention and I don't look this part up correctly, or I don't do this or do that right, they're going to add to your obsolescence. So that, I mean, and then employing strategies in the service drive with the warranty parts orders and so on. These parts, they just sit on the shelf. They take up space. You have to constantly move them around. You pay people every year to count these parts. Adds to the length of time it takes to get through an inventory. Yeah. I spent an entire weekend at the dealership with my camper outside to spend 3 days to count $3.4 million in inventory, and 265,000 of it. Can you imagine if we didn't have to touch that?
Ben and Anthony, I want to come to you on this next question, because it talks about using digital channels to help move some of this inventory, like marketplaces. Ben, first, what tools or tactics have you seen used to turn that obsolete inventory into revenue, real revenue, especially using the e-commerce platforms?
Okay, as far as e-commerce goes, you know, like there's dealerships and other dealer groups around the country that will buy inactive inventory at 50 cents on the dollar or a quarter on the dollar. But one of the things, if you can list your items that are obsolete on eBay or a web store or any other kind of e-commerce at bottom dollar at cost or cost less, whatever, you have the opportunity to actually make money on the shipping of that part. You can mark up your shipping, ship that part to that customer, and then you can actually turn that into a revenue source. That also gives you a point of contact with the customer that you wouldn't have normally had. Now, I realize they're buying an obsolete part. It might be an armrest for, you know, a 10-year-old vehicle. But the next time they buy a vehicle and the next time they need a part, or anytime their family needs a part, they're like, hey, why don't you reach out to xyz.com and they'll take good care of you.
Yeah. Anthony, that's a pretty good suggestion. Your thoughts?
That is amazing suggestion. I can't agree with you more on that. Being that I came from like more of a retail end, I love Ben's idea, don't get me wrong, but my approach was more towards trying to get B to C, you know, business to consumer. I would go on the forums, I mean, these guys know more about these cars than I do. I would go on the forums and just throw some stuff out there, throw some pictures. I had Instagram on my cell phone. It was a work account, but I had Instagram. I would take a picture, boom. I mean, anything I could, if it needed to go, that's where my energy was, whether it's an hour, 2 hours a day, or 1 hour a week, whatever. It's hitting all those digital platforms that are free. They don't cost you anything but time, but they are free. And as far as like the social media stuff, people are like, oh, I don't want to use my work email. Guess what? I started a Google business account. And then I use that Google business for all the social media and the forum logins. And so that way, and the other cool thing, and I might be a little smidge off track here, but with the Google business account, you can actually put your online e-commerce store, or maybe you have an eBay store, whatever you want. Yes. You could drop a pin on it. And now if people look up your website, they're going to see you got a physical location. How many other sites have that? So I just gave away my secret sauce, Shon. So I'm right there with you.
The Google My Business, Anthony, that's a very, very strong platform that's underutilized by a lot of dealerships. Shon, very refreshing to hear what Ben and Anthony have to say.
It is, and it's a nice to look, because, and again, Anthony, I know came from my side of the house on the retail side, because you do get tunnel vision. You don't want to, but you get the blinders on and you think one path, and you got to think outside the box. You just have to.
Gentlemen, final question on this topic. Is your inventory working for you strategically or just taking up space? How can a smarter cleanup now set you up for a stronger Q1 in 2026? Ben, let me come to you first, and then Anthony, and then Shon to bring it home.
Okay. So having a clean inventory going into the new model year, there are going to be new model items that your manufacturer is going to suggest that you stock. And we all know that playing the game with the manufacturer and getting all the back end money that you possibly can is very important to the dealership. If you don't have room to store those parts, or if you're cramming them into overcrowded bins, and you're not very productive. Also, when the technician comes to the counter to get a part, if you can't find it because it's crammed in with a bunch of other parts, you're going to hold up productivity. You're going to have an angry customer, an unhappy service manager, and worse, you're going to have an unhappy technician that's not going to let you live this down.
Great point, Ben. Very true. Very real world. Anthony.
Not only will that technician not let you down on it, when you do finally find it, they're going to be like, did you reorder this? It's a double-edged sword. No matter what point of life that we're talking about, whether it's parts or your own physical well-being, sure, it's easier to maintain than it is to completely just rewrite the book. So if you can clean it up in Q4, start with a clean slate in Q1, and then just do your best to maintain it. And it's not really looking at reports every single day. It's just being cognizant of everything that's going on. Because if you sell a new part the first day in January, your automatic replenishment is going to pick it up. You got to pay attention when you're looking at that report. I don't know if every manufacturer does it, but my manufacturer used to send me a proposed, SRD report or automatic replenish report. So I could look at it, edit it, and then once again, I don't know if every manufacturer is the same, but that report, whatever they gave me, that was free returns as long as I accepted what was on there. So think about that. When it hits 9-12 months, I can now supply it and get a free return out of it. So I'm buying stuff to get my volume, to get the back end money Ben was just talking about. I mean, we still have quotas to hit. You still have return percentages to hit. There's also, it's such a big puzzle. You got to look at each one of them so strategically, and it's playing their game.
I'm really enjoying the perspective of you three gentlemen. It's all a little different, but you have some great information. Shon, how can you bring us home here to close out 2025?
Quickly and simply, accountability, guys. Don't let the only time you look at inventory being November, December when you do inventory. Your inventory has to be a 12-month deal. And I don't want to go against Anthony here. Don't look at it every day. But guys, if you look at it once a week, for the dealer principals of the world and the general managers and the fixed ops directors of the world, oh, well, I can't do 9 months, by the way, Anthony. I wish 9 month was the creed now. But they use the automatic replenishment as an excuse. Well, they don't take it back for 15 months. Good. Let's exclude those 5 months of parts on those parts. But what about all the other parts for 9 months? Let's hold them accountable. So it's just like the service drive on month end. If you do it every Friday, month end's just another day. If you do accountability and bin checks and you look at your inventory all year long, inventory is just another day that you're paying somebody to count, which you already know you have. No surprises.
Gentlemen, great information. Thank you so much for your time today. Shon Kingrey from the Kaiser Automotive Group, Ben Hanak from Revolution Parts, Anthony Bluebello as well from Revolution. For more information, revolutionparts.com, the authority in this revolutionary era of parts. Everybody, I'm Ted Ings, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ted.
Pick up speed with David Reinicke from Automotive Warranty Network.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Automotive Warranty Network panel. And Ted, we're going to talk about a topic today that is really top of mind for dealerships.
It is. David Reinicke is with us. He's the president of Automotive Warranty Network. David, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. It's good to be back. Thanks for always having me.
Good to see you. And this theme, this racing theme, David, I couldn't help but notice. I know you're a big fan of motorsports, F1, and love the racing analogy that you've been sharing with us in the green room.
Yeah, I love F1. I love motorsports, so couldn't be a better theme for me. We're actually going to be at the race next weekend in Vegas, so very, very exciting theme. So, and yeah, we did a racing analogy around the warranty process. And I know I'm always talking about the warranty process. I mean, obviously, that's what we do. That's what I know best. So, we put together a racing analogy video about how racing relates to the warranty process. So basically, the warranty claim is reliant on your technicians and your advisors. So relatable to the spotters and the pit crew in the racing arena, right? So you can't win the race if your spotters and your technician and your pit crew aren't doing their part in the process, right? So same thing with the warranty process. I mean, when the warranty administrator gets the warranty claim at the end of the process, the advisor's already written up the ticket, the technician's already repaired the vehicle. We're relying on the fact that the technician repaired the vehicle properly, installed the right parts, right repair procedures, correct diagnosis, right? So it's a pretty cool video, pretty cool analogy that we put together, and I think you're going to show it here at some point, right? So
we are, and David, very appreciative of that. Sarah, a lot happening in the industry with warranty. Not only this analogy, a lot of things that have happened this year that have affected dealers, that affected them with a lot of unexpected things we'll talk about that David is helping dealers with. But it continues to be a focus. I think, Sarah, also, we're hearing a lot about things like dealers getting audited and, manufacturers looking a lot harder at reimbursements.
You're so right, Ted. And, there's a lot of factors that dealerships are juggling, but, the manufacturers are also paying very close attention to their bottom lines in this entire process. And David, we've talked about it before, but as Ted mentioned, it's a timely topic and one that, again, is very, very important right now in our industry. But the dreaded word, audits. And, there's more and more dealers that are becoming more aware of, the sensitivity to these because, there's a lot of cost factors that are that are really at play in this. Could you describe a little bit more about, what things that they should be aware of right now related to audits?
Yeah, of course. And I know I'm always pounding the table and standing on my soapbox here talking about audits every time we talk, but it's really a huge thing right now in the industry. We're seeing manufacturers that historically don't audit their dealerships now auditing their dealerships, right? So in chargebacks, 30, 40, $100,000. So they're not teaching experiences. They're financially punitive, and there's a lot of them. So as I've said before, past years, our company having 1,500 dealerships, we might see 30 or 40 audits a year. Now we're seeing 30 or 40 audits a month. So the manufacturers are really making it a goal to not just hit 10 or 20% of their stores, but to hire more auditors and hit if they could hit 100%, I'm sure they would want to, but as many as they can. And like you said, Sarah, a lot of those factors, in my opinion, and I think a lot of dealers' opinions, are the fact that your labor rate increases. So your labor rate, we have some dealerships that have labor rates as high as $280, $300 an hour. There's more and more states that are having labor multipliers. So they get 1.5 times the manufacturer's labor time. Parts markup increases. So all this money that the dealerships are entitled to, the manufacturers are going to come back and audit the work. And it's not just warranty administration that leads to audit chargebacks, right? Like I said in my racing analogy, it's repair procedures. And these are the biggest things. Again, not just warranty administration. It's looking back at, was the technician punched on at the time the diagnostics were run? Did they repair the car properly? Did they use all the one-time use parts? So all these things that are beyond warranty administration control is things that they're also looking at. So we're trying to help dealerships educate their advisors, technicians on proper repair procedures. Other things that they're looking at are metrics. So they weigh how many, how high are they in add-on repairs, or cost per repair. How many times has the vehicle been serviced in the last period of time? So there's a lot of factors, but it's a huge thing right now. And I hate to keep standing on my soapbox talking about it, but it's such an important thing for dealerships because it's a lot of money. So,
and David, warranty, the complexity of the vehicle, warranty continues to increase. A lot of vehicles come back for warranty. I've never seen, on the recall side, so many recalls, it seems, that I've seen in the last few months. Some manufacturers a lot more than others, but David, that's all warranty, okay? And
Yep.
The dealer's got to account to get that work performed, got to have the parts in, and has got to have the procedure to address that. And this continues to be the biggest source of revenue for a dealer. So it's got to be done right, and they've got to have a partner to make sure that they're on their toes and helping them be compliant.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It has to be done right. And, again, it's not just, the warranty administrator, whether it's us or another warranty company, or you have your in-house warranty administrator, it's really dependent on, the other factors in it. So namely the technician, right? So, yeah.
David, I'm, just in dealerships that are listening and thinking about this. And as we know, you mentioned manufacturers that typically didn't audit in the past have now been more financially punitive, and they're showing up. And as we know, an audit, when it takes place, they're not going away empty handed. They're gonna they're gonna get their money's worth for sending those auditors out or doing that process. So, as far as, some of the pieces, you touched on areas like in the technicians, repairs, where this is, really important to be, paying close attention to what's going on in the repair order. But how does this factor into pieces like recalls that more manufacturers are, putting out there, and some of these, upcoming ones like software updates and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, recalls and software updates are very important. I don't see the manufacturer auditing, recalls and maintenance claims all that much. Although they may. It really factors into, your mainstream repairs. There's lots of engines, transmissions with certain manufacturers, very expensive repairs, like you said. There's more electronic components on vehicles nowadays. Like you said, simple software updates, that kind of thing. So batteries for EVs, are very, very expensive. So the expense is just really, really high. And going back to what you said about manufacturers that are auditing now that haven't audited in the past, recently I was at the Mopar Parts and Service Show.
Yes.
And, typically, we have about 200, 250 CDJR clients. And typically that's a brand we wouldn't see auditing. But, dealerships are very aware and very cognizant, and we're approaching our booth and, with this concern, knowing that the manufacturer is going to audit them, knowing that, why the manufacturer is going to audit them. So, we just see a lot more of it. So.
And David, there may be other companies who provide this type of service, but you do it on a large scale. Let's take a look at that if we could. You are the largest provider of this type of work for automotive retail dealers here, and we've talked about a couple different brands. A lot of those brands are now, they want their dealers to be the right hands, okay, and make sure this is handled properly. Where before the dealers have been handling it kind of all alone on their, doing their own thing with their own warranty administrators. But talk to us about the advantages you have of dealing with so many of an OEM's dealers and looking for, let's say, patterns or commonalities or, typical claims that will raise flags.
Yes. So having the broad net that we have over not only certain manufacturers, but just over the entire industry, right? We're able to, broadcast out to certain, like if we have, let's just say CDJR, like I just said, like we try to look at what's happening across the industry and make sure that we're educating all of our dealers on what's going on and what we're seeing, broadly, not just with their store or their region, but just what we're seeing within that manufacturer broadly. But other benefits are, we have multiple, probably within each brand, at least 30 or 40 plus warranty administrators that are only focused on that brand. So, they're not dabbling in Ford and Toyota and Mercedes. If they do Toyota, they know Toyota, they stay fluent with Toyota, they know it like the back of their hand, right? So there's a lot of benefit in, being that intimate with each manufacturer. The other benefits that we have, I think, that we offer to our clients is that we have an auditing and training department. So again, we're really big on the education part, right? In that pre-audit part. So we want to help you see what your problems are now before the audit comes, right? So we want to look at where you're at today. We can do a mock audit and say, if the auditor were to come in today, this would be the chargeback, and this is why, right? And then we want to help train them on, okay, if it's a technician issue, we want to come into your dealership either remotely or virtually or in person, sorry, and work with your staff on those issues. So we have skin in the game when a dealership goes through an audit. So we guarantee the work that we do. So if somebody gets charged back because of our errors, we're going to pay those. So we want to make sure dealerships are educated and following the right process. So,
and David, as dealerships continue to evolve their hospitality, that's been a big topic of conversation at the Fixed Ops Roundtable that we've heard, from a variety of different companies and a lot of different dealerships as they're looking at their customer experience. How does this really impact some of the pieces we're seeing with the adaptation of mobile service in this customer equation? Are there certain repair orders that you're finding are more prevalent to audit mistakes versus others?
Sure. I think having all the data that the manufacturers have when a claim's submitted, they're able to look, at certain things before they even come to audit the store, right? So I guess where I'm going with that a little bit is like they can tell if a dealership doesn't submit a claim with all the one-time use parts, for instance, right?
Right.
So they know that before they even come in to audit you. So I would say they typically look for bigger repairs, transmissions, engines. If one manufacturer has a broad issue with just batteries, let's say. They're going to look for like energy diagnosis on batteries and that kind of thing. So there's definitely, they will look for commonalities through claims that are submitted and definitely audit, more broadly those certain types of claims. So.
And David, I would think the big stuff, like you just mentioned, that's in the shop, right? That's the stuff the customer has to come in with their vehicle to the dealership, and now that's a more significant piece of work, and probably lower hanging fruit for the audit, if you will, for the manufacturer to perform. But I think there's a great advantage in that you deal with significant numbers of each OEM's dealers to look for those common things that you're seeing, and also the mock audit that you do really helps the dealer, because now from this point forward, you find something, but we're going to make sure they're not going to do that now. Okay, moving forward on new repair orders, and the RO is of course a legal document as well.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly what we do in that mock audit. And then, the other thing that we do is we help monitor their trend reports. So we have a couple dealerships right now that we're looking at their trends, because those will trigger an audit as well, right? In some manufacturers. So if you're consistently in the red in certain items, we help a dealership understand that and advise them on what they need to do to get those out of the red, and then consistently follow up on those reports so that we can help them either abstain from an audit or have a better experience during the audit, right? Because audits are going to happen. I mean, regardless, no matter how good your numbers are, you're still going to get audited at some point. So,
Sarah, one of the things I like about Automotive Warranty Network is not just that they do great work for a lot of dealers, but they're also a very humble organization that gives back to our automotive community, especially at this time of year. David does a lot of things for the industry, for the community, for the families. Okay. I know it's been said that AWN is a big family in itself. David, recently, you also became involved with Northwood University. Sarah and I had a chance to meet your executive team when they all came up to Northwood for the International Auto Show. And I saw you on the stage there for the opening of the auto show, and working with the leadership of Northwood and all those young minds, those students who are going out into the world and now going to represent dealers and other parts of the industry. Talk to us about that, why you decided to get involved with that on such a big level. And I know it's very much appreciated.
Yeah, no, we were just really blown away, honestly. When we were first going to the university, I thought it would just be like in any other college, right? Like, the students have their headphones on, buried in their phones. That was not the case at all at Northwood. They were really engaged, really outgoing. I like the curriculum that they do at Northwood, as far as like really hands-on. There's really not a textbook. It's more like here, get your hands dirty and do it. And you could really see that in the students up there. And they're just really driven. Every single one of them that I talked to. So I walked through the auto show. All the students approached me. Talked to me about the product. Were really educated on their product. And in the show they put on, they put on the show, but the students run the show, and just how the coordination and how impressive that was. And I just see really good things coming out of Northwood, and we really want to support that. I think not only the industry, but the world needs really hardworking, driven people that aren't expecting just a handout to get out of college and say, I went for 4 years, I need to make $150,000 a year, right? That's what I deserve. Like, they just seem driven, and my wife and I just really support that effort. So.
Well, David, a lot of dealers right now are looking ahead to 2026 and thinking about what they need to be focusing on, and looking at all of the problems or the potential that they have in their businesses. Talk to us a little bit about what you have upcoming for this new year.
Oh gosh, just busy. I mean, I can't believe it's already November, but for the new year, we're just going to focus on quality work that we're doing. Helping dealerships stay compliant, stay to audits. I mean, obviously nobody likes to get that big chargeback. So other things that we're working on is we're really enabling some technology in our business. So, we have our cars application, we have some of the metrics and the reporting that we do, but we're working on some other, AI-driven tools. So, we're really focused on technology going into the new year, and we have some exciting things that we'll be unveiling probably second quarter. So,
all right. Everybody, as you're making your plans now, going into the later part of the fourth quarter for 2026, you want to include your warranty. You want to take a look at your processes, how you're submitting them, how timely those submissions are. Also, talk to David Reinicke at Automotive Warranty Network and his team. They are amazing. They do a lot of great work for dealers here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, automotive industry specific. And I know, David, Sarah and I want to wish you and your family there at the Automotive Warranty Network a very happy Thanksgiving later next week as we all celebrate that.
Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Ted and Sarah as well. So hope you enjoy it with your families.
All right, everybody. AWN, fast, secure, and compliant claims administration. David Reinicke with us here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
The business model of Automotive Warranty Network has always been to provide the very best service we can to automotive dealerships. We believe very much in partnerships, so we partner with dealerships to help them process their warranty repair orders the best they can, but also stay compliant with a manufacturer policy and procedure.
Dealerships, some of them don't understand the importance of the supporting documentation. The repairs are performed, manufacturer is going to come in and audit them. That supporting documentation needs to stand up in an audit. If not, those monies will be charged back to the dealership. So, important thing that our team provides the dealerships is the information where the supporting documentation does not support the repairs performed, where they could lose those monies in an audit.
Audits are not scary. Audits are actually fantastic learning experiences. I'm a big proponent for audits. I am not perfect. I do not think anybody is perfect. AI isn't even perfect. It is such a learning experience, and manufacturers are looking for things differently every year, and it keeps us on our toes. Then I know that I could take that information that I gather and provide it to my other dealerships and say, hey, we need to stay on top of these things.
We offer full warranty administration services from beginning to end, from reviewing technician comments and punch times, looking up and applying labor operations and times in the DMS, and transmitting to the manufacturer for payment. We then follow up on claims daily and account for any differences in payment.
SWAT stands for Specialized Warranty Assistance Team. We provide coverage for admins who could be taking vacation, if there's family medical leave, bereavement, sick time. So we provide coverage so that there's no hiccup between the admin being out and the dealer having their work processed.
We developed an application called CARS, which stands for Claim Accountability and Reporting System, which is a reporting tool that we use to help dealerships improve in their processes. So it's a tool that we use to identify how frequently compliance issues are happening in a dealership. And we can tell dealerships how frequently those problems are happening, which of their staff members is happening with. And then we also offer training to help educate those particular staff members on the types of issues that they're having and help them improve.
I think the biggest thing I love about this company is the owners. David and Jamie, they care about us. They encourage us to do training. They encourage us to make sure that we're master certified in our car lines.
When I started with AWN, we had 30 employees and about 167 clients. Currently, year to date, we're at 1,500 clients and 340 employees and growing. It's pretty amazing. The people that are with us, our clients, we love them. It's a pretty amazing place to be right now.
Need a lift? Our next speaker's got you covered. Please welcome Jared from Lift for Business, along with Tully Williams.
Welcome back, back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne, and we're here today with the Lyft Business Panel. We have some very exciting guests, and Jared, I'm looking forward to our conversation that we're going to have today.
Very excited to chat with both of you. I appreciate you guys having us back.
Well, to kick things off, Tully Williams of the Nilo Company is here with us also. And Tully, right now, what Lyft Business is doing for automotive dealers is really top of mind for a lot of us that are looking at how to improve their customer experiences.
It is. I mean, when you look at it, I call it the emergency ride that happens now. Whereas a lot of times you have loaner cars and rental cars, and then you want to send someone to Enterprise or Hertz or something, which is a massive task. But someone says, I just need to get home. Bam. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, or, sometimes if you're busy, they'll actually hang out at your store. We'll be there instantaneously and gets that ride back. Or someone's at a store and say, hey, drop me off at the mall and call me when you're done. This is where Lyft comes in. Because of the issue of time when we're selling hours, time is what's precious. And what happens with Lyft is it helps us sell hours because we're taking some of that time away and giving it back to the customer. And we make it happen today, not tomorrow. A loaner car is expensive. Rental cars are really expensive, but Lyft makes it happen now.
Jared, this is really, as Tully's talking about this, he mentioned, loaner and rental, and that's or even like the shuttle van. Those are all pieces that customers are familiar with. But the reality is, those take a lot of time, as Tully mentioned, in somebody's, logistics and scheduling. And you get to really help dealerships optimize a lot of that experience for the customer.
Exactly. We've really come in as an added layer of efficiency inside the dealership. The dealership service department is great at servicing vehicles. Lyft is great at transportation. And so this is where it's sort of a match made in heaven, because what we've been able to do is we've been able to allow dealerships to focus on what they're best at, give their advisors the time back to service more vehicles and to sell more services. The olden days, you've got the shuttle. There are so many aspects of the shuttle that are not only inefficient, but costly. A shuttle, if you have one shuttle, customers are waiting for their second, their third, their fourth drop off. Getting back to the dealership is a headache with the shuttle, because not only do you have to factor in the shuttle driver's schedule, the customer's schedule, but then traffic. The shuttle needs to go get the customer. Think about the efficiency enhancement of calling a driver that's 2 minutes away from your customer versus sending off your shuttle, which is going to cost you the head count of the driver, the fuel, the insurance on the vehicle, to then go sit in traffic and wait for 25 minutes to go pick up your customer. It just becomes an added layer of efficiency, and we're really grateful for how the automotive industry has embraced our services.
And Tully, as Jared's speaking about those pieces, I'm having flashbacks, right, with the shuttle vans and some of those experiences. But he's so right. So, I'm imagining, customers today looking at their watch, and the clock has already started when they're waiting and waiting, before they even get to the dealership. It's already on the way over to the store is when the clock started on that service experience. And Tully, I'm imagining that Lyft has helped, not only, minimize some of those complaints that you maybe would get from a traditional, shuttle service, or even, there's a lot of customers sometimes that get very unhappy and worried about the liability that comes with a rental or a loaner.
100%. I think a lot of times is that when you look at a customer that comes in that wants a loaner, okay, those people are there, and it is what it is. But loaners are also at high demand, and they're very expensive for a dealer to operate. And a lot of manufacturers require a minimum amount of loaners. But here's the deal. We could, a service department could double or triple their loaner cars and always still be out. So the goal now is that we have our minimum amount, but now a lot of times customers don't need a loaner. As you said, they don't, sometimes are afraid to drive it. So the goal is going to be is that's where Lyft really comes in to help us out, where we just need a quick ride home, or I already have a second car, just get me where I need to go. Or if it's an in and out job in one day, just take me to work and bring me back. The shuttle van, the antique like a rotary phone, you could get on a shuttle bus and be on there for 4 hours, right? And you're like, where am I going? You're like, oh my God, we got to go there. I mean, it's like a school bus. So shuttle vans are kind of like dinosaurs today. And honestly, I don't think we have any anymore. It's just because they don't work anymore because people are not going to wait 2 or 3 hours to get dropped off. The customer might be in the shuttle van, but he is not a happy person. And most shuttle vans are always not clean and smelly. They're just ugly. So Lyft helps us with that time management. Now, a lot of times you talk about the pickup event. The pickup event is probably the worst in the entire process because we also have a time limit of when we're open. A lot of times we finish up at, say, 4 o'clock. We're open till 5 or 6. And would you like to pick up a car? Well, you can come and pick me up now. Well, if sending a driver, like Jared said, would take us an hour or half an hour, whereas a Lyft driver can be there in minutes to pick that person up and get happy. And guess what? They get a link. They get to watch the driver come to them, pick them up, and they actually can see what's happening, which is being that transparent. As we are in the repeat referral business, our job is to make sure our clients and customers are happy. And Lyft really helps us with that, taking away that uncertainty of bringing the car in or dropping the car off.
Jared, I want to touch on what Tully just described because that is a very anxiety-inducing point in the customer experience with transportation. If I'm, again, going back to the shuttle driver, even the rental, there's that anxiety about, oh my gosh, well, how do I got to stop and fill it up with gas. I got to make sure that it's, clean or that I don't, hit anything on accident on the road. And then I've also got to, if it's the shuttle, I'm not sure when exactly it's going to arrive and will I make it, back to my car in time? Does it impact the rest of my day? So what Lyft is offering really gives a lot more transparency. They get to see, as Tully said, that driver who's coming to get them, where they are in that process, and it alleviates a lot of that anxiety in the process. But Jared, I would love to get the perspective from you. So what does that experience, managing it look like from the dealership side?
It's very simple. What we've really built is a system that allows a service advisor to dispatch a ride in the click of a few buttons. We've got our standalone product in our Lyft Concierge service. We've partnered with some of the industry-leading software companies where through your DMS or your scheduling system, you could also request your Lyft rides. But when a customer's at the dealership, 2 clicks and a service advisor can have a ride dispatched to get that customer home. Now, what Tully was mentioning, which is, and Sarah, you were mentioning as well, that return ride, this is where we really start to see the efficiency scale. What we've been able to do is create an option which we call as the flexible ride.
Yes.
What that does is it gives the power for the service advisor to send the customer a text message link, which is essentially a token that allows them to request the ride back to the dealership when they're ready. So let's think of it from the customer's perspective. The customer doesn't know when they're going to be done with work. There's a ton of anxiety in trying to coordinate. Will the shuttle be able to get to me? What if my meeting goes late and then now the shuttle has to go pick up another customer? It's just an inefficient process. And then similarly, flip it on its head and we talk about the service advisor experience. In the legacy shuttle experience, what the service advisor is needing to juggle is not only all of the folks in the service drive, but where is my shuttle driver? What does traffic look like? What other customers does he have to pick up? And what if those customers are late? Now the shuttle driver has to make the executive decision of, am I waiting for customer A to then go pick up customer B? Or is customer B now just going to be waiting until customer A shows up? We've really just flipped this on its head because what we can do now is we can empower a service advisor to call you up. Sarah, your vehicle is done with service. When you're ready to come pick up your car, open that text message that was just sent to you and click the button to dispatch the ride. We're open till 6. If you think it's going to be after 6, if you choose to have an after hours pickup or drop off operation, great. But you've really washed the responsibility for the service advisor to be micromanaging 3 different people's schedules along with traffic, which is nearly impossible and a complete waste of time.
And Tully, I want to go on another topic with this too, because, this piece is the last real experience that the customer is having in this transaction, really before they pick up their vehicle and before they're back on the road with the car. This is the last component, the transportation piece or getting back to the dealership. So it really leaves an imprint on the whole rest of the perception of the dealership operation. And I'm just curious, from your perspective, have you seen your service advisors, really embrace this? And you have 10 different brands or 10 different stores that you're managing. How does it look from your perspective?
So we spend a lot of money with Lyft, and I tell you, I spend a ton of money with our loaner cars. But the goal is going to be is that what does the customer want, right? And I think that you said it elegantly, is that it's the lasting impression. The worst thing I could ever do is call me when you need a Lyft ride, and then what do service riders do a really good job at? Not answering the phone, right? So then what happens? They don't get a Lyft ride, and now they're calling a friend, or they call a cab, or they call a Lyft themselves, and then it's a disaster. If we're truly in the repeat and referral business, we've got to make sure it's easy to use. So when they leave, the ride back is not the reason why they would never come back. The repair could be great. The price could be just fine. We could have done it greatly. They like the service rider. But if we make them mad because it's hard to get communications or trying to get to the store and back, that will be the reason why they leave. Lyft ensures that. So that thing he talked about, when we send them a Lyft quote, or now a Lyft link, and they can use it whenever you want, is the service rider's dream. It's set it and let it go. In fact, a lot of times we'll set it up when we take them home or wherever they want to go, is we'll send them a link automatically right then to come back. So then we don't have to worry about it anymore. So now all we have to worry about is let's get the car done because he would like it today. So now when we text a customer, if texting is the way they want to be called today or communicated with, your car's all done. I sent you a link how to pay for it. Thank you, Mr. Customer. Everything was great. You got the pictures and video. Your car is all green. As you know, this morning I sent you a link for a driver to pick a link for Lyft to bring you back. How cool was that? No stress, nothing at all. When you have a loaner car, well, you got to make sure you bring it in. As you said, I got to put gas in it. Did I ding it? Are they going to charge me for something, right? That all kind of goes away. So we have a lot of customers that have gone from loaners to Lyfts because they're comfortable with it. And the nice thing about ride sharing is it's very adoptive. I think ride sharing is hugely popular, so that's not like people are scared anymore. It's kind of a way of life today, and it's really worked out. The last thing I want to say is I think he touched base is that it has to be easy for our service riders to make. And the concierge software, which is supreme, has done it very well. They can log in very quickly and get a ride in microseconds. Everything that we've talked about, a service rider has never once complained for it to be hard to get a driver. Okay, that is a huge deal, right? And to me, that's what makes the software really, really great. And that's the reason why we have chosen Lyft, because it's easy to use, right? For the service advisor, customers don't really care how they get picked up. But our service advisors need a product that works well, and Lyft has been a great partner for the Nita company. And we started back in COVID, and it was a little sketchy in COVID. People were scared. It was hard to get drivers and so forth. But now, we've been with them for a long time. It's really customers kind of expect it.
And Jared, I want to go unpack just in kind of our final thoughts what Tully just talked about, which is, our dealers that are listening today have a lot on their plates when it comes to managing different softwares. And I mean, my gosh, they probably have, on their desktop, at least 20 plus windows open, at any given time, between their browser and the DMS and everything else. So talk to us a little bit about the dashboard. So what kinds of support, reporting, and pieces do you give dealerships in this business environment?
So we have a robust dealership portal that service managers, service directors, all the way up to executive stakeholders can get access to. This will have everything from analysis on overall rides. It'll have individual ride receipts. As many of you may know, a lot of OEMs actually offer reimbursement for rides associated with warranty work. And so we have the capacity to make it mandatory that a repair order number is added before a ride can be dispatched. This will be associated with that ride, attached to the receipt, and there are processes, end of month reporting, ongoing reporting, daily ride receipts that can get forwarded to the warranty administrator or warranty manager so that they're able to streamline those reimbursement processes. The really nice thing about the concierge program is it's all consumption based. So there's no flat fee, there's no fixed fee. You guys get access to the online portal so that in the event that you need to request a ride, you're only paying for the rides that you do request. And, that's kind of the foot in the door for a lot of folks that might be a little bit apprehensive in changing up their process is why not have this back pocket solution? So in the event that your shuttle driver is sick, or unfortunately there's an accident and the shuttle is needing repair, or you've just got a customer who's very upset, and the best thing is probably to get them home or get them where they need to go so the vehicle service can get started. There you have Lyft, the ability to jump into the concierge program, dispatch a ride quickly, and get them out. And then separately, we also, as I mentioned before, have our integrations with our software partners. So leading DMSs, leading scheduling softwares, if folks are not looking to add another tab to the browser, they can actually dispatch their rides right through the repair order on many of the leading DMS systems. This adds a layer of efficiency and streamlining for reimbursement and allows people to not have to navigate away from their workstation to open anything up.
So I'll add one other thing is that the software is also very helpful for the most important division of the dealership, the business office, as they can go and run reports for every store in a portal with all the stores are there, and they can get the actual billing and all the invoices they need, which is a huge deal because, as you know, invoices is a nightmare sometime when you have so many. So our portal has been worked very, very well for our business office. So they have all the access they need at any time you want, they have access to, which has been a huge plus for us.
And Jared, our dealers that are listening today and thinking about 2026, they're thinking about how to elevate their customer experience strategy, how to really improve retention and deliver a better experience when it comes to transportation. How easy is it to get started? What are the next steps?
It's very easy. So on the ticker, there is a URL that dealerships can visit to submit their contact information to initiate a conversation. At the end of the day, we understand every dealership is going to be a little bit different. This ranges from the OEM, the location, the geography, the demographic, and we don't look at it as a one-size-fits-all approach. What we want to do is we want to have a conversation with you. We are the folks that brought rideshare to the automotive industry. We have the most experience in working with dealerships across the country. And we want to sit down, learn from you folks to hear what your current customer transportation options are, and work together to figure out what's going to be the best solution. One of the things that's grown in popularity significantly since we've launched this is utilizing Lyft for vehicle pickup and delivery. Service valet from COVID on has exploded. And so we think about what the process before was, which was sending out 2 service advisors to drop off a loaner car and then pick up the customer's vehicle, bring it back, service the vehicle, and then send 2 folks out again to pick up the car versus sending 2 folks in a Lyft to go pick up the car. It goes from, one person. It goes from a 2-man job to a 1-man job. And this is not something that we would have naturally known unless it was for us sitting down with dealerships and saying, hey, where can we help add efficiency? Where can we help add value? And that's ultimately what we want to do. We'd love to have conversation, learn about your current operations, figure out where we can fit in, if we can fit in, and then really help you guys grow your business.
Amen.
Lots of great information shared today at the Lyft Business Automotive Partnerships panel. As Jared mentioned, everyone, if you are interested in more information, the link to get started is in the ticker below. You can also reach out to Jared Levy of Lyft Business. We have, of course, Tully Williams of the Nilo Company here with us. And Jared, Tully, hope you all have a wonderful and happy Thanksgiving in the week ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
On behalf of TEDx, I'm Sarah Vantine. We're here at the Lyft Business Panel at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Lyft Concierge's Courtesy Ride platform makes it easy to send reliable, affordable rides to the people who matter to your organization, even if they don't have the Lyft app. Here's how it works. To start a new ride, log in on your desktop or mobile device and click Request. Then, fill out your rider's info. You'll see the ride's price and distance up front. Need to message the driver? Add a note here. Send the ride right away, schedule it for later, or send a flexible ride that riders can request on their own. Choose the ride type that fits your rider's needs, such as luxury and extra seat options. And voila, your ride request is on the way. Once a nearby driver accepts the ride, your rider will receive a text message with everything they need to know for a smooth pickup. If your rider doesn't have a mobile phone, they'll receive an automated call to their landline with all the details. From your dashboard, you can track and monitor active and upcoming rides and support your riders. With Lyft Concierge, you can take better care of your people, simplify transportation management, and drive your organization forward. Log in to send a ride with Lyft Concierge.
This event isn't just spectacular, it's epic. Finishing the race with a photo finish is the Epicor panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here today with Ted Ings. Today we're going beyond the basics. We're diving into the full life cycle of a part, from sourcing to installation to returns, and uncovering where inefficiencies hide, Ted.
And Sarah, these are not hypothetical challenges. They're the daily operational challenges that dealers face right now. And there are tools available that are already driving profitability and scalability and operational excellence. Joining us today is the team from Epicor, both Jake Ashendorf, we'll all be familiar with Jake, welcome, and John Hanak are here as well. And from retail, from Fuller Ford in Cincinnati, Ohio, John Book is here. So everybody, welcome to the event and glad to have you all here.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Well, Jake, to kick things off, let's begin where every parts journey starts, which is sourcing. Dealers today are under pressure to move fast, stay accurate, and anticipate demand before it hits. So how should dealers be thinking differently about sourcing in today's data-driven environment?
Well, Sarah, great question. And the first thing is we have to get rid of our gut, so to speak, right? We have to get out of the way we've been doing business for the last 50 years, which is completely reactionary for the most part. We need to start thinking just like the front end operations did with appraisals and all the technology that has come to bear within the automotive industry. So what does that really mean? So we have to start using data to truly drive what we're doing and how we're sourcing. So we have to go beyond just what did we sell yesterday, what did we sell last week, and the information that's housed within just our DMS system. The problem is, where do you get that information? It can be cumbersome, it can be hard to navigate, and just because you get the data, how do you implement that? How does that tell the story of what to do? So one of the things that we say here at Epicor is you have to use AI. And AI means a lot of things to a lot of people. And what it means to us at Epicor is automotive intelligence, right? So we're going to take all that intelligence and we're going to put rules and programs and algorithms around it that's going to take all those data bricks, just like a Lego set, and it's going to build that creation. It's going to say, okay, you need to do this and this. So what did we really do? We automated the heavy lifting of taking different data sources like VIO, vehicles in operations. We'll put that in with that historical data and we'll take a look. How many Ford F-150s and this mileage band and this range had this problem? Well, maybe you should stock more of this part or less of this part because the propensity and the market share of Ford F-150s that would relate is either higher or lower. So that's really the demand forecasting. So get out of just the traditional methodology of you sold 4, replaced with 4. Well, what happened the first 5 months of the year or the first 10 months of the year? Did you really sell 4 or did you just have a run that last month that turned that inventory? And now your reorder point is still right back to I sold 4, I stocked 4. Well, that's the wrong methodology for heavy wholesale parts users because you need every ounce of space within your warehouse and you need to use your checkbook, that parts inventory, for those fast moving, high return, high margin parts.
Jake, great advice. John Hanak, I want to come over to you. Once a part is ordered from the end customer, your end customer, what's the next challenge that dealers are faced with in moving the part to the end customer?
Absolutely, Ted. Like every part of society, it's I need it now. So that installer, that body shop, to a large degree, has a vehicle that's tied up. They need that part to complete the repair. And so the challenge for the dealer is how to effectively, efficiently get that product out of their location into the hands of their customers. But most operations can't do hot shot all day long, right? You've got to figure out a way to optimize your routing, to aggregate some of those deliveries, to have some economies of scale across the customer base. And ultimately, that's, I think, where Elite Extra strives, is the technology to do that. Thankfully, we've got John Book from Fuller Ford on, and John's been a longtime customer, so he can probably speak a little bit more directly to those challenges and how we're able to help satisfy that demand from his customers.
Sure, absolutely. Like John said, we're a longtime customer of Elite Extra. I'm guessing 12, 13 years. I've been in the business almost 40 now, and we've gone from paper and pencil routing drivers to drivers calling in from each individual stop to pagers and to where we're at now. It's really the transformation over the last 4 decades has been amazing, and probably the last couple years is really 5x that. So to your original question, without a tool using Elite as an app, it was sort of when invoices got printed, there was no timestamp on them. The customer, when they hang up the phone, they just assume that part's getting picked and getting on a truck right now. And we had no connection from the warehousing procedure from when the time it got picked to it got loaded on the truck. And now we've got eyes on that from invoice print to final scan onto a truck, and that data is all super important to customers, and it's even more so today. I think our cell phones have our expectations with instant everything is definitely transitioned into our business. So customers expect things quick, so you've got to be on top of that.
Great insight, John. And John Hanak, I want to come to you because returns are often treated in dealerships as an afterthought, but they're a really critical part of the parts life cycle. So what's the opportunity dealers are missing when it comes to returns, and how can automation change the game?
Absolutely, Sarah. We have to realize that it's a very competitive parts landscape. And so it's all about how do you manage the customer experience, and as a supplier, how are you as easy to do business with as possible? Because there are so many options out there. So returns is just yet another touch point for the dealer, the supplier, to differentiate themselves. Historically, returns process hasn't really changed much since the advent of pen and paper. Think about all of the technology that's been implemented in the dealer space in the last couple of decades. And the returns process has basically been driver carries around a 3-part carbon copy book, and they're writing down the information. And quite frankly, more often than not, they're doing a bad job of it. You don't hire a driver based on the quality of their handwriting. And so, for the dealer side, the ability to create an RMA, authorize it based off of the returns rules, automatically add that into the manifest so the driver isn't surprised when they get to the installer and there's 5 parts waiting for them to be picked up, to be able to provide real-time notification to the customer on the status of that return. It's fundamentally, everyone has gotten used to the returns world in the B2C space, right? You return something on Amazon, you have no questions about what happens next. And so for us, it's really trying to bring that B2C returns experience to the B2B world, digitize the data, automate the workflows, and the end result ultimately is a smoother, cleaner operation with greater visibility, and a satisfied customer who's getting their credit turned in a very short period of time.
Everyone, I will say this on behalf of the audience watching. There is a lot more love for parts today, okay? And I appreciate the great focus on parts that Elite Extra, Epicor provide. John Halleck, coming back to you, when you zoom out and look at the full life cycle from sourcing to returns, what does a truly optimized parts operation look like today? And how should dealers be thinking about integration as having a competitive advantage?
Yeah, it's all about creating a frictionless experience where you can. It would be great if every system talked to every other system. It's not always the case, but to the degree that that data flow can go from the e-commerce system into the invoicing platform, into the delivery system. John can probably speak this better than anyone, but the days of unlimited resources in the dealership, especially in the parts department, I'm not sure we're ever getting back to that, right? So it's all about doing more with less. And so having that, fully integrated experience is going to maximize the productivity with the resources and ultimately give the customer the experience that they're looking for to differentiate you as a supplier. You can't always compete on dollars and cents. It's not a great way to run a profitable business. So you've got to find other ways to differentiate yourself, and having that level of automation, integration, and in a holistic environment, I think is really where the best operators succeed.
And John Book, over to you. Your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely agree to all of that. In particular, the MSO business, the multiple shop operations that are buying up the small body shop operations and combining. They expect that from their vendors now. The whole point of this conversation today is data. The MSOs are driven by data as well. Not only their discount data, but their returns data, how fast they get their credits. And to John's point, to differentiate us from our competitors, and returns is getting to be a bigger and bigger part of that. We are processing our returns now within hours. Our goal used to be 24 hours. Now our morning runs are this morning. Anything brought back this morning, the credit's already back to the customer. I think we're probably on the leading edge of that, and we want to maintain that advantage over customers. But certainly we had hiccups when we brought the returns portal to our customers. John can allude to it's something new. Went from the 3-part, the drivers of the dealership writing it all up, and now we're flipping some of that work back on the customers. But once they saw the tool, see they had access to all the invoices, their credits, getting them instantly, they've really come on board. But to be in the large, especially the MSO business, you have to have a vibrant return system.
And John Book, I want to come back to something that you touched on a little bit and expand on it. And really, it's around the logistics component of this. So in your experience, what kind of impact did you see as a dealer when you fully embrace a solution like Elite Extra to really modernize this logistics operation?
So having eyes on the returns before they actually come in the building has been huge. Before that, the drivers would come to a shop. The shop would just hand them everything back. We may not wanted it back to begin with, but from the shop's perspective, once that driver has picked it up, they just assume they're getting a credit. Now we can have a conversation before that part's picked up. Hey, it was a special order. It was 30 days ago. We can't take it back. And it's a lot less confrontational than once the part's in the building, and then we've got to return it back to the customer. So it's an extra trip and an extra logistic hassle. So, just having sights on the whole process is amazing.
And John Book, just to go back to your comments a few minutes ago, it's amazing the evolution that it has taken over the last 30, 40 years. But you're so right. It seems that in just the last handful of years, John Book, it's really, really been stepped up and accelerated. And it continues to move at a faster pace, like you're saying, with these returns and crediting them that very same day.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the program started out, that we're really anxious on how AI is going to, be more and more developed into the Elite Extra tool, from routing to credits. I'm super anxious on to see the progression with that. As far as automated as it is, it's still, with the AI function put into that, it's going to be mind blowing.
So speaking of which, Jake, as dealers look ahead, what role do you see AI and predictive tooling playing in the next evolution of fixed ops? We've talked about this predictive element a few roundtables ago, but how close are we to a future where parts movement, sourcing, and returns are not just automated, but intelligently optimized in real time?
Ted, that really all depends on our industry, and it starts with forums like yourself. So Epicor has been doing these things for about 20 years in the aftermarket space. And when you take a look at the aftermarket space, it's a same alternator, just with a different logo on it, right? So for the franchise dealers that are out there in the audience today, Epicor has been doing this in all facets and all stages of the games for many years. If we talk about AI or automation, we've brought that into all of our tools for the last 20 years. So if we talk about just warehouse management, we've been paperless for about 15 years. Wow. We've even now built into those robotic automations for self-picking by a robot. So we have the two largest firms that are out there that we've now integrated into our W warehouse management, to where it takes the robot to go and pick the parts 24/7, 365, AI versus automation, all brought together under one platform. When you think about just routing and dispatch, you heard from John Book, they've had Elite Extra for almost 12 years. Just think of all that routing and dispatch, all that AI and automation that happened 12 years ago. But yet it seems like we're still talking about it like it's brand new, like nobody's ever heard of the automation or the AI that it has to take to dynamically shift the route from one pickup to another, reclass that whole thing, and ship back out a new route to the driver. When we add in returns automation, we've all seen the same type of thing from Amazon for years, but yet it's just now becoming to the forefront in the franchise dealership space. When you just think about warehouse inventory in itself, the on-demand, the inventory optimization and planning, demand forecasting, all of that's using not only automation, but it's using AI and data points, bringing everything together. Like I said in the very beginning, it's all about automotive intelligence. We live in a world today where we can bring that to each and every single dealer that is considering or is already 100% dedicated into the parts wholesaling business. It's just a new name, but all the tools are ready and available today.
Jake, I dare say this, but it seems that parts may ultimately be the most exciting place to be in automotive right now, especially with all of these new tools and technologies and retail. And Jake, it's an exciting time, nonetheless, to be in our business.
It sure is. And look, the business is changing every day. Every day I work with product and innovation. We have a 3 to 5 year roadmap. I would love to be able to collaborate even more with people like John Book and his dealership, let alone other ones that are forward thinking in the parts and service industry, that's saying, you know what, I have this problem today, let's fix it. It may not happen in 2 months, 6 months, or a year, but let me tell you, rest assured, there are solutions and answers that are out there, and we need to start thinking the way Steve Jobs did, which was when he created the iPhone, he created a device that no one knew we needed. And yet smartphone and smartphone technology is something we can't live without. He just wanted a MP3 player that went above and beyond, that now has connected us in so many different ways with the smartphone. Truly a visionary when it comes to that.
Everybody, Epicor is all about innovation. I want to thank our guests from Epicor Elite Extra and Fuller Ford for walking us through the life's life cycle of a part. And if you're ready to turn these inefficiencies of the past into profit today, now's the time to reevaluate your workflows because there are solutions already working, as you're hearing today, providing gains. I want to thank John Book from Fuller Ford for being with us today. John, thank you so much. John Hanak from Elite Extra and Epicor, thank you for all you do for the industry. Jake, once again, didn't fail to deliver Epicor as a great story, and you're making great strides. So congratulations to you, Jake, and the team there at Epicor.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Sarah. It's a pleasure being here with you and all the other members of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
And Sarah and I want to take a moment to wish all of you and your families a very happy Thanksgiving next week. So on behalf of us, thanks for all you do. Everybody, the Epicor panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Whether you consider it evolutionary or revolutionary, change is reshaping the franchise dealer business, and we're not talking about electric vehicles. There's another promising opportunity that demands your attention. It's the fast-growing and increasingly lucrative customer pay parts, tire, and service market. Consider what's happening around you. Average vehicle age is at an all-time high and rising faster than ever. More than 60% of passenger vehicles are 8 years old or older. 25% are at least 16 years of age. Together, this represents 244 million prospective parts, tire, and service targets. We say prospective because the vast majority of these vehicles are being serviced outside the franchise dealer channel. Would you like to capture your share of this nearly $400 billion opportunity? Epicor is ready to help. Our solutions are enabling thousands of automotive businesses to address every customer pay parts, tire, and service opportunity for virtually any vehicle, regardless of make, model, or year. We're helping service providers build customer relationships spanning the full vehicle lifecycle, from the end of the factory warranty to the day the vehicle is scrapped. We're putting the industry's most complete parts, tire, and labor data at the fingertips of thousands of service advisors every day. We've created a faster, more accurate estimating process for customer pay jobs that helps dealers increase average RO and service lane productivity. We offer real-time information on local parts and tire availability and pricing to speed every job, increase customer satisfaction, and boost the dealer's absorption rate. And we're helping parts departments establish real-time visibility and control of their inventories to increase efficiency and reduce operating costs. Epicor is ready to help your fixed ops teams achieve the same impressive results. Own every non-warranty parts, tire, and service opportunity, all makes, all models, all customers. Now you can with Epicor. Contact us today to learn more.
Feeling driven to succeed? There is no stopping the Fixed Ops Roundtable Fast Lane event. We are geared up and just getting started. Join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern on the Raceway as we make a hot start on day 3 of this fast-paced event. See you then, racers.